And that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of practice. We'll be getting ready for the start of our heat races. We start with Rookie Mid America, followed by Stock Light Mid America, and Junior 1 Mid America, Arbox 2, Arbox, and Super Heavy. Those are our first half dozen classes. Remember, our Mid America classes are all heat races, and they are all double file starts. Double file starts on the heat races. The wing carts will stay double file for their main events, but the flat carts will then go to single file for their...
So are we racing next? Is practice over now? Okay, I'll let him know. So we
our heat races, starting with rookie. But before we do, let's take a moment, as we have done this weekend, to honor this country and the men and women who served. And our post on race car this morning say, powered by Farmer Brown Motorsports. Rookie heat races, round one, rookie Mid-America heat races to the head of the grid. Rookies to lane one for your first round heats. Stock light driver, stock light heats to lane two. Junior one drivers be getting ready. Rookie Mid-America, then stock light Mid-America, then junior one Mid-America, all heat races. Our first group of races are all of our heat race classes, our Mid-America classes. When we get to the pro classes, then we'll start our time trial and qualifying. We have two heats in the rookie division. We'll see them twice during this running of our program today. We'll see them right off the gate and then down just before the AJC qualifiers at the end of this round. So here's how they'll start. Heat race number one on the pole out of Renner, South Dakota. It'll be the 7 of Barry Payton. Alongside from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Max Wolfgren. Row number two on the inside will be the 67 out of Colton, South Dakota. That is Owen Karsrud. And to Karsrud's outside from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16. That's Zalia Manderfield. Rookie heat race number one. Payton and Wolfgren, Karsrud, and Manderfield. Stock light drivers, you're on deck. Stock light drivers, you're on deck. Then Junior 1 and Arbox 2. Two round one heats coming for our rookie drivers. We'll invert the field in the second round. And then the 2 rounds of heats will set the lineup for the rookies. So the rookies are moving to the starting grid. First of 2 heat races, stock light drivers. You should be working your way there. Then Junior 1 to follow. Those are our first 3 classes for our round of heat races. Remember, all heat races are double file start. All wing kart features are double file, but all flat kart features are single file. Just keep that in mind. All the heats are double file. All wing kart features are also double file, but all flat kart features are just single file.
Alright, 350 laps.
Haven't looked. Off and running here in heat race number 1. Perry, Wolfgren, Karsrud, and Manderfield. It's Wolfgren out to the early advantage. Stock light to the starting grid. Stock light to the starting grid. Max Wolfgren out front, followed by Karsrud and Manderfield. Zalia coming hard. So Manderfield looking to work on Karsrud. That's for second spot. Wolfgren all by himself. Here comes Manderfield into the 2 position to the inside of Karsrud. Wolfgren with a solid lead. The front of this field, the young man out of Boone, Iowa. Manderfield runs second. 2 to go now. 2 laps to go. Wolfgren, Manderfield, Karsrud, and Payton. White flag out now for Max Wolfgren. Wolfgren coming off of turn number 4. Max will see the checkered. And that'll wrap up rookie heat race number 1. Wolfgren wins it, followed by Manderfield, Karsrud, and Payton. Here's heat race number 2. On the pole from Cornell, Wisconsin, the 22X of Jackson back to the outside. From New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 1 JMO, that is Jamison Finnegan. Second row inside, Lenox, South Dakota, the 32 of Wyatt Jacobson. And to the outside from Chamberlain, South Dakota, that is the F10 of Mateo Farnsworth. It's Back and Finnegan, Jacobson and Farnsworth. Stock light to the starting grid. Stock light, guys, you should be ready. You're up next. We got one rookie heat, and then we go stock light. I want to welcome everybody watching in on MBTV Sports.com, either on YouTube or on Facebook. However you find us, search us wherever. Find us on MBTV Sports and sit back with a cool drink and enjoy the racing action from your own living room or the shop while you're working on something. All right, good looking start here. Cooper's going green flag, and we're going green, and Jacobson gets to the inside. Finnegan to the outside on back, trying to get by. A lot of contact, bouncing back and forth. Finally, Finnegan settles in behind Back. Jacobson, Back, Finnegan, and Farnsworth. Wyatt Jacobson won his very first kart feature last night when he won the rookie main event here at University Plains Speedway. Now he's out to a solid advantage on Finnegan. Now Finnegan gets around Back, and here comes Jamison. Finnegan and Jacobson, both 7-year-olds, going on 20. And boy, can they wheel. Finnegan reeling in Jacobson. I mean, just gobbling up the track. Coming up on Wyatt. He'll catch him out of 4. He'll dive to the inside. He's got him into 1. Finnegan to the race lead. Up until that rookie main event last night, Finnegan hadn't lost a rookie event in the AJC Series this season. He got tangled up with a lap car, got sent to the tail, and then fought his way back all the way up to second. White flag in the air now. Jamison Finnegan and the 1 JMO. Finnegan to the checkers to win it, followed by Jacobson, Back, and Farnsworth. Here comes stock light heat race number 1 on the pole from Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler to the outside from La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf. Row number 2 from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown to the outside, the 19X of Carter Brown to the outside of Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19, that's Eddie Brose. Row number 3 from Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory to the outside from Dalton City, Illinois, the 98 of Logan Webb. Row number 4 inside Grimes, Iowa, the 15 of Gable Tunick. And to his outside, the 189 out of Scandia, Minnesota, that's Scott Simons. Starting shotgun of the field, that is the 43 of Richard Norby. Pogler, Wolf, Brown, Brose, Gregory, Webb, Tunick, Simons, and Norby. Stocklight, he won 10 laps. Fields all squared up nice, side by side. Here they come. A little bit of a lag on the outside, but we're going green, green, green. Pogler will lead him down into turn 1. Pogler And Tunick into second. Gregory up to third. Webb runs fourth. Bros in the 5 spot. Then Norby, and now Norby coming to the inside. Max Pogler out in front. Here comes Tunick. Webb has now moved into third around Gregory. Gregory back to fourth. Bros runs fifth. Brown runs sixth. Then Norby, Wolf, and Simons. Front part of this field starting to tighten up a little bit. Groff, Tunick moving in on Pogler. Here comes Gable to the inside. Tunick to the race lead. He and Pogler get together. Webb gets through. I don't think that one's going to work out for Max Pogler, but I don't know. Caution is out. Looked like Pogler got out and then was trying to turn himself down to get back into the groove to get around Tunick. So let's see how we're gonna sort this out. We're gonna leave it up to the officials, because what I see doesn't look like what they see. I see it like a race fan, and if it looks like somebody crashed somebody, that's what it looks like. Doesn't always look like that to the guys with the headsets in the infield. Pogler's pulled back up to Tunick, but I think Pogler's going to the tail. First of 2, stock light. Final call on Junior 1. Junior 1, Mid-America. You should be working your way toward that grid. Junior 1, Mid-America. Arbox 2, then you follow the Junior 1s. So it'll be Tunick and Webb, Gregory, Bros, and Brown, and Max Pogler to the tail. Caution coming out. I think Eddie Bros might have jumped the start just a little bit there, heading out of turn 3. Eddie pulled out, started to make a move on the outside. So we'll see whether or not. All right, let's try it again. Gable Tunick out of Grimes, Iowa, in that yellow 15. Logan Webb out of Dalton City, Illinois, in that powder blue 96. Here we go. Green flag starts. Everybody looking good down into turn 1. Pogler quickly gets around Simon. Up front, Webb to the inside on Tunick. Now Tunick back inside. And Tunick's going to have help. Here comes Gregory. Here comes Bros. Webb on the outside. Simon spins. Top of turn 2. Down the back stretch. And the yellow's going to come out. Norby was involved as well. So the field will get sorted out. They were 3 wide racing down that back straightaway, coming off of turn number 2. And then behind them in the pack, that's where the caution came out. Norby's going to take the 43 off. Simons will tuck in. Field will stop. The 15 Tunick will be the leader. Jade, our race director, Jade Schott, telling everybody, come on, fellas, think about this. You can't be crashing somebody out. You can't be driving them up the racetrack. All right, here we go. Tunick, Webb, not 98, not the 96, my bad. Then Gregory in the 4, Bros in the 19, Brown in the 119, Pogler in the 9, Simons in the 189. And then Wolf in the 16.
I have this warning now. I just don't have enough.
Back to green. Off of 4. Gable Tunic in that yellow and purple 15. Out to the early advantage. Here comes Webb. Thought about it, then tucked back in behind. Gregory runs third. Now Webb coming to the inside. Logan Webb. Webb to the inside on Tunic. Gable right back coming out of turn number 2. Can't get there. Now Gregory's got Bros and Brown to the inside. Pogler coming as well. Coming to the white flag, it's Logan Webb. Followed by Gregory, Bros, and Brown. Pogler and Tunic. Checkers in the air for Dalton City, Illinois, Logan Webb. Followed by Gavin Gregory, Eddie Bros, Carter Brown, and Gable Tunic. That'll set us up for Stock Light Heat Race number 2, and it will line up like this on the pole from Marshall, Minnesota, the 7 of Travis Miller. To his outside from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Trubb. Row number 2 on the inside from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5 of Reese Whitney. To the outside from Renner, South Dakota, the 98X of Max Keller. Row number 3 on the inside from Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. To the outside from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. Row number 4 on the inside from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. To his outside is the 9S from Cedar Falls, Iowa, Reagan Skolton. And starting shotgun on the field, the young lady in the field from Rapid City, South Dakota, that is Emily Price. Emily Price in the 88 will start at the back. So it's Miller and Krug, Whitney and Keller, Clark and Whitney, Alton, Skolton, and Price. 10 laps. Stock Light Heat Race number 2. Cooper watching. Green flag is in the air. Good looking start. Krug on the outside. Krug meets Miller to the corner, and he'll be the early advantage. Jacob Krug. Here come the Whitneys. Declan and Reese running second and third, respectively. Clark runs 4. Skolton in the 5 spot. Then Alton, Miller, and Price. Had a nice conversation with a young lady from Rapid City yesterday, Emily Price. Says, yeah, we got to drive 5, 6, 7 hours to go race, but I love racing against multiple cars and quality talent. Even though I may not show so well, I love the competition. Jacob Krug out in front. Declan Whitney runs second. Reese Whitney right behind him running in third. Reagan Skolton in fourth. Jackson Clark in fifth. Now Skolton to the inside on Whitney. Price slowing down the back of the field. Emily will come around under power and come off. Krug still your leader. 3, maybe 4 car lengths now in front of Whitney. Skolton on the move and closing on Declan Whitney. It'll be 2 laps to go this time for Jacob Krug. 2 to go. Krug, Whitney, Skolton, Whitney, and Clark. Clark trying to get inside on Reese Whitney in the battle for 4th. Reese hangs on. White flag now for Krug. White flag. Final time around. Here comes Skolton inside on Whitney. Reagan Skolton into second. Coming to the checkers, it'll be Krug, Skolton, Whitney, and Clark, your top 5.
So his camera's better. So that did it.
Pretty clean. You look pretty clean too. Did you take a shower? Real short one. Like the nap I got last night, real short.
Here comes Junior 1, first of 2 heat races. And they go like this. On the pole from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. To the outside from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Row number 2 inside, the 45C out of Esteline, South Dakota, of Colin Griffin. To the outside, the 12 from Primgar, Iowa, Dayton Van Beek. Back row inside from Czech, Wisconsin, the 85X of Emmett Gonzalez. And to his outside from Renner, South Dakota, the 100 of Camden Keller. Jackson Reeves, Hayden Arnold, Dayton Van Beek. Reeves will finally clear and take the lead down the back straightaway. Van Beek right on the bumper. Arnold running third. Gonzalez has moved all the way up to fourth. Now Van Beek to the race lead. Arnold coming with. Reeves will tuck back in third. Reeves with a quick look to see that there's an open racetrack there. He can get back in line and does. Dayton Van Beek out front in the 12. Hayden Arnold running second. Then Jackson Reeves, Emmett Gonzalez and Camden Keller, and then Colin Griffin. Now here comes Arnold to the race lead. Inside on Van Beek. Hayden Arnold now to first. Van Beek back to second. Reeves running third. Arbox 2 be getting ready. Arbox 2 be getting ready. Griffin backs into the wall off of turn 4. Caution has come out for Colin Griffin in the 45C. He backed into that wall pretty hard, did the young man. All right, Griffin is getting out of the car. That was a pretty tough hit for. Yeah, even Ma realizes. Yeah, that was a bounce back. All right, he's walking off with the EMT. And Cruz pushing the cart back up. Jade's going to take that cart back toward the grid. Quick reminder, drivers and crews, when we get to the features, the top 3 have to stay in tech after the feature. The top 3, when we get to the features, top 3 must stay in tech. Or have your motor marked or tagged or whatever if you're using that same motor in another class. All right, well, hopefully Colin's okay. Still being attended to. Now he's got the helmet off and down there talking to our EMT. Meanwhile, back on the speedway, his fellow competitors are back to ready to go racing, and here we come. It'll be Arnold, Van Beek, and Reeves, Gonzalez, and Keller. Down off of Ford, still Hayden Arnold. Dayton Van Beek. Arnold and Van Beek, nose to tail, and Reeves is right there within a cart length. Now here he comes. Reeves tucks in. Now it's a three-car draft to the front. Here comes Reeves by himself. No, not enough room. Van Beek gave him room. Van Beek thought, I'm going to get dumped here if I don't give him room, and he does. Reeves muscled his way into second. Arnold to the white flag. 1 to go for Hayden Arnold. Reeves running second. Van Beek running third. Here comes Reeves. Final corner off of 4. Arnold got it. Hayden Arnold to the checkers. And the win, followed by Reeves and Van Beek. That'll set us up for heat race number 2 in Junior 1. On the pole, Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. To the outside, Lee Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Row 2, the 3 out of Fairmont, Minnesota of Kaylor Ekstrom. And from Des Moines, Iowa, the 05 of Clyde Keenan. Back row inside from Cherokee, Iowa, the 9, that is Macy Pogler. And the outside, the 16 of Broden Holt from Clear Lake, South Dakota. And here we go. Nose to tail, side by side. It's going to be Brown to the inside, coming out at 3 on Tarvis. Colton Brown and Tarvis get through, but the yellow comes out. That is for Holt. Broden Holt on the back straightaway. So I believe we're going back to a complete restart without a lap in. On deck, Arbox 2, and then Arbox, and then Super Heavy. These are all our Mid-America classes, so these are all heat race classes. Lineup looks good. The field about ready to go. Back to green. Tarvis and Brown. And we're up and running green, green, green. Better, much better start this time for Corbin Tarvis. But Brown's right there to his outside. Colton Brown. Here comes Ekstrom. Ekstrom up into second. Brown to the race lead. Ekstrom and Tarvis in the battle for second. Tarvis will settle. Coming out of turn number 2. Walk out. Keenan into the infield. And the caution will come out for young Clyde Keenan. In his first year in Junior 1. Moved up out of the rookie division. Last year ran with the rookies in 2024. And now in year 1 here with Junior 1 in 2025. Keenan will wait. The field will pull by. He'll pull in. Clyde's good. 1 lap down. It's Colton Brown and Kaylor Ekstrom. Then Corbin Tarvis and Macy Pogler. Broden Holt and Clyde Keenan. Cooper gives them the 1 to go. We'll go green next time at the white line in turn 4. Front 4 are all nose to tail, bit of a gap. Keenan says, I'll get up with the front 5. He's not running as slow as Holt is. Back to green flag we go. It's Brown, Ekstrom, Tarvis, Pogler, Keenan. That front 5. Keenan right up on Pogler. Watching that battle for third. That's third, fourth, and fifth right there. Tarvis in the 8X. You got the young lady Pogler, Macy there in the 9, and then Clyde Keenan in that 05. Front two drivers have kind of spaced it out and pulled away a little bit. Colton Brown and Kaylor Ekstrom. The battle on the racetrack is right now is for third. Tarvis, Pogler, Keenan. Nose to tail. All three driving like crazy. Good. Tarvis with a little wiggle coming off a 2, but he settles in. That's University Plains Speedway kind of racing right there. It's nose to tail. Try to hang on to it a little bit. You might get a little squirrely. We're down to 2 to go, and Ekstrom now has caught Brown at the front of the field. Brown and Ekstrom. White flag in the air. Colton Brown. Kaylor Ekstrom. Battle for third still rages. Pogler looking for an opportunity. Here comes Macy to the bottom. Can't get there. It'll be Brown to the checkers for the win, followed by Ekstrom. Tarvis, Pogler, no, she just about got there. I mean, she was half a bumper short of getting at Tarvis. What a great finish in the race for third between Tarvis and Pogler and Keenan. Here comes Arbox 2, just one heat, 7 drivers on the pole. He won 4 times yesterday from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Roseboom. To his outside, the young lady from Greenville, Iowa, the 52E, that's Elise Fairchild. And here we go, green. Connie Duffy out of Winter, South Dakota in the 28, Kaylee Milbrick, Eagle Bend, Minnesota in the 7M. Colton Horsch, New Ulm, Minnesota in the 21. Camden Keller, Renner, South Dakota in the 100. And Daniel Landers, Olivia, Minnesota in the 10X. Landers in his first year in Arbox 2, moved up out of Arbox. Ran the Arbox last year, 2024, now up to Arbox 2 here in 2025. And just like yesterday, all alone out in front of the Rosie's Raceland 40 of Reagan Roseboom. Fairchild and Horsch in the battle for second. Colton Horsch now into the 2 spot of the 21. Fairchild back to third. Milbrick runs fourth. Here comes Kaylee on the outside. The challenge Fairchild. Keller to the inside. They're 3 wide into 1. Everybody gets through. Keller now into third. Fairchild hanging on to that 4 spot. Milbrick and Landers. Roseboom all alone out in front. What a day for the young man from Rock Rapids, Iowa yesterday. And it looks like there's no drop off here today. Horsch, Keller, and Milbright now second, third, and fourth, and here they come all right there in the mix. Keller right on Horsch. Milbright there as well. Down the back straightaway. 2 to go for Roseboom. Here's the battle. Colton Horsch in that 21. White flag now for Roseboom. 1 to go. Horsch hanging on to second with Keller and Milbrick. Keller looking to the inside on Horsch. Camden trying. Yeah, he'll get him. Oh, look out. Horsch spins. Starts to spin. And then gets tangled up with Milbrick, and Fairchild slides to avoid. Roseboom picks up the heat race win. Keller was alongside of Horsch, making the pass for second when the 2 tangled, and Elise Fairchild ended up spinning to avoid. Folks watching along on MBTV Sports will see the replay of that one. Rosaboom with the easy heat race win. Colton Horsch is number 21 being pushed off the racetrack. So the caution will be charged to Horsch. She was on the outside trying to drive down to get back in. I'm guessing is the where the contact came in for the young man from New Ulm. Rosaboom wins it. That means Keller winds up second and Milbrett winds up in third. Arbox heat race on the pole. Greenville, Iowa, the 4 of Leo Fairchild to the outside. The younger sibling of the Rosabooms, that is from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 14, that's Ray Lee Rosaboom. And starting on the back from Colton, South Dakota, that's the 67 of Owen Karsrud. He's got, he picked up a little extra hardware there. That, not just talking about the wins last night for young Owen. He got himself one of our orange cones wedged under the front of that 67.
They were both below the disc coming out.
That guy's like, oh, you're really doing this. They're just having a hard time.
That's our race director. He came up to me yesterday and he goes, man, I'm too old to do this run. His kid raced go-karts and so, all right, here we go. We got to get Karsrud caught up with Fairchild and Rosaboom. There we go. All right, Coop, what do you think? One more time. Yeah, I figured he would. Arbox heat race. On deck, Super Heavy, then Junior Wing and Junior 2. Super Heavy, you're up next. Then Junior Wing and Junior 2. Super Heavy heat race coming up next. Then Junior Wing, Junior 2, and Stock Heavy. And that'll wrap up the heat race portion of our program. All right, what do you think? Coop's going green. Fairchild will lead him off of 4. Karsrud quickly into second. Rosaboom tucks in third. Leo Fairchild in the 4. Karsrud running second. Rosaboom running third. He's given Rayleigh a little trouble earlier today about finding the gas pedal and picking up the speed a little bit. And she goes, I'm working on it. I said, well, what do you do when you're not racing? She goes, I'm a dancer. I went, well, okay, that sounds good. Got to find what you love. Fairchild and Karsrud continue the battle at the front. These two were at it all day yesterday. Now Karsrud with room gets inside on Fairchild and makes the pass. Karsrud to the inside, and he'll get through on Fairchild and open up a little bit of a gap with that pass. Fairchild had a good run. It didn't look like he left that much room there, but there was just enough, and Owen stuck the 67 right on the bottom down by the disc blades and was able to drive it right on through, and now he's opened up the advantage at the front of the field. You know, guys, when you come to the racetrack and you're not watching the MTV, please go home tomorrow, Memorial Day, or do whatever you're going to do to celebrate Memorial Day, and then kick back and watch the rebroadcast of this weekend's event. These guys do a great job on the live stream. They catch all the great crashes. I mean, they live for that. You know, that's what these camera guys live for. They live for that big wreck. That goes on their highlight video. Next thing you know, they're world famous and they've got a network contract. White flag out for Karsrud. Now the checkered for Owen Karsrud out of Colton, South Dakota, the 67. Leo Fairchild coming home second. And the young lady, Rayleigh Rosenboom, will come home in third. I just say that because I look at Mark's little screen and then I see how he's shooting and I'm like, man, that would be cool to watch. He's just chasing rings, that guy is. That's it. That's it. All right, here comes Super Heavy. All right, looks like before we go to Super Heavy, we're going to make one pass with the blower, just kind of blow that loose stuff at the top. Let's set up the lineup for you for our Super Heavy heat race. On the pole out of Springfield, Missouri, will be the 26T of Dylan McCord. McCord had a little bit of a tough luck day yesterday in that stock heavy final, or that pro stock heavy final. He and Stevie Smith got together with Noah Berglund, and they pretty well destroyed that, the body at least, on that 26T. But Dylan's got her back together and ready to go. To the outside of the front row, also from Springfield, Missouri, will be the 51E. That is Zachary Evans. Starting in row number 2 on the inside out of Newton, Iowa, will be the 777 of Kirk Weber. To his outside, he is Mr. Super Heavy. There's no doubt about that. He has won them all so far this summer, a part of the AJC Mid America Series. That is Jonathan Hansen, New Brighton, Minnesota in the 13, and starting shotgun in the field, that'll be Carter Johansson out of Rapid City, South Dakota in the 68. McCord and Evans, Weber and Hansen, and then Johansson. Junior wing heats coming up next, then Junior 2 and stock heavy. Junior wing, then Junior 2, then stock heavy. McCord to the lead. Evans trying to find a way to get to the bottom, cannot. He'll have to drop to the back and tuck in. That'll move Weber into second, Hansen into third, Johannes into fourth, and then Evans running fifth. Dylan McCord out in front. Kirk Weber and Jonathan Hansen. Evans now working on Johansson. Moves through and into fourth. Zachary Evans back into fourth now and moving forward. Front of this field, it's nose to tail. McCord and Weber. Kirk Weber working on Dylan McCord. Jonathan Hansen running in third. Hansen, a 4-time winner yesterday, completing our Friday program and our Saturday show. Hansen picked up all the super heavies along with a stock heavy. Nose to tail. Weber staying right there with McCord. Laps are winding down. It's go time if you got something. Hansen's not going to factor into this one. We're 2 to go. 2 to go, and it's still in McCord in front of Kirk Weber. Two of them have a good lead on Hansen. Evans, white flag now for Dylan McCord. Final time around, and McCord now has opened it up to about 4 or 5 car lengths, and McCord to the checkered flag. He'll win the heat. Followed by Weber, Hansen, Evans, and Johansson. Absolutely. So here comes Junior Wing. He raced number 1 of 2 on the pole from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. To the outside from Eagle Bend, Minnesota, the 7M of Kaylee Milbrett. Starting in row 2 from Dawson, Minnesota, the 6 of Kara Momley. To the outside from Laverne, Minnesota, the 7L, that's Liam Gimbel. And shotgun of the field from Lee's Summit, Missouri, the 15 of Colton Brown. Colton doing both flat cart and wing cart work this weekend for the young man out of Missouri, right outside of Kansas City there in Lee's Summit. So here we go. Green flag is in the air. Junior Wing, he won. Tarvis and Momley. Brown. Inside row getting through. Milbrett looking. She likes that high side. Watch Kaylee up top. Gable had a pretty good run in Pro Junior Wing last night, so keep your eye on that red and black. 7L. Here comes Gimble. Gimble to the inside of Brown. He's up to 3rd. Tarvis opening up the advantage. Momley into the, holding on to 2nd, but now Gimble to challenge for the 2 spot. Gimble coming up on the young lady, Kara Momley. Gimble looking. Nothing there. Now Gimble again to the inside. No, a little bit of contact. Kara fights him off. Gimble is really trying to get around her. Mameli won't let him by. Now he'll look to the high side as she runs the bottom. Tarvis all alone out in front. Gimble looking for an opportunity. Mameli won't let him through. Gimble stays right there. 2 to go now. Tarvis all by himself out front. The battle is for 2nd. Kara Mameli in the 6. Liam Gimble in the 7L. Here comes Gimble. Stuck the nose inside almost to the displays, but he couldn't get through. He'll go way up high this time, down the back stretch. Looking for an opening. Won't be one there. Checkers wave. Tarvis wins it going away. Mameli hangs on for 2nd. Followed by Gimble, Brown, and Milbrett. That'll set us up for heat race number 2, and it'll go like this. On the pole from Gettysburg, South Dakota, the 1 of Rayson Sheehan. To the outside from Bennington, Nebraska, the 27D of Riker Lopez Beck. Row number 2 on the inside, Spirit Lake, Iowa, the old Iowa Great Lakes, the 2K of Luke Krieger. To the outside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Rosaboom, and starting in the back from Dresser, Wisconsin, the 26 of Dominic Weber. Down into turn 1. It's Krieger, Lopez Beck. Rosaboom into 3rd. Weber coming hard. Up behind Rosaboom. What a battle they gave us last night in Pro Junior Wing. Here comes Rosaboom to the bottom on inside on Krieger. Rosaboom looking for the lead. He'll settle into 2nd. Rosaboom behind Lopez Beck. Weber up on Krieger. Oh, look out. Sheehan around. Sheehan goes up to the high side. He'll keep it going. No caution comes out. He'll stay to the high side as the leaders come. It's Rosaboom again. Rosaboom back up front. Lopez back. Now Weber to the inside on Krieger. Weber into third. Krieger back to fourth. Rosaboom around Sheehan. Junior 2 coming up next, then Stock Heavy. Junior 2, then Stock Heavy to wrap up our heat races. Rosaboom, Weber, Lopez back. 2 to go for Reagan Rosaboom. Dominic Weber running in second. Rashad Sheehan, a lap car down in between he and Rosaboom. White flag now for Rosaboom. Weber, then Lopez back, Krieger and Sheehan. Rosaboom off of 4, checkers in the air. Reagan Rosaboom picks up another one as he grabs the heat race. Weber going to come home second, followed by Lopez back, Krieger and Sheehan. Here comes our Junior 2, first of 2 heat races on the pole from Grand Forks, North Dakota, the 71 of James Mockert. To the outside from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgren. Row number 2 inside from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. To the outside from Portland, Missouri, the 35 of Blaine Kendall. Row number 3 on the inside, Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Kockelman. To the outside, the 72 out of Stanhope, Iowa, that's Henry Arnold. And at the tail, from Sparta, Minnesota, from Sparta, Missouri, that's the 11R of Carter Roller. Margaret on the inside, looking. Here comes Roller, 3 wide down into 1. Roller to the inside, Carter Roller grabbing the advantage. Roller and Perino, here comes Arnold. Henry Arnold moving up into third. Kendall running fourth. Blaine had a really good run in that AJC Junior 2 race last night. Was right there in the top 5 most of the way. Meanwhile, up front, Perino for the lead. Robbie Perino to the lead. Perino now out in front of the 07. Here comes Arnold and Kendall. Roller looking to go back inside. Roller now back to the front. Arnold inside on Perino. Has got help from Kendall, and they'll both get through. Here comes Wolfgren as well. Ace Wolfgren in the 78. Moving. Carter Roller out in front. Henry Arnold. Blaine Kendall, Ace Wolfgren. James Mockert, Robbie Perino, Bentley Kockelman. Here in Junior 2, heat race number 1. Stock Heavy, guys, you're up next. Stock Heavy, you're up next. Now one more Junior 2 heat. And then Stock Heavy. Look at them, 2 and 3 wide down in. Oh, a little bit of contact. Nice save that time for Wolfgren. Checker's going to wave. Carter Roller going to win it. Followed by Arnold. Margaret in the 71. Perino. So that'll bring us to heat race number 2 in Junior 2. Stock Heavy, guys, you're up next. Stock Heavy, guys, let's go. Let's move them into that grid. Here's how the final heat in Junior 2 lines up on the pole from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. To the outside from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redleaf. Row number 2 on the inside, Osceola, Wisconsin. The 32 of Riley Finnegan to his outside. Elko New Market, Minnesota. The 3 of Carter Brown. Back row inside, Lake Crystal, Minnesota. The 16 of Braylon Manderfield to the outside. Russell, Iowa. The 17 of Trenton Peterson. Anderson, Redleaf, Finnegan, Brown, Manderfield, and Peterson. And we'll try it again. Stock heavy to the starting grid. Stock heavy to the starting grid. Let's go, guys. There's 3 heats in stock heavy. I see 2 carts there. I mean, there's 24, 25 entries. Let's go. Anderson and Redleaf for the good start this time. Redleaf lags back just a little bit. Look out. Finnegan and Redleaf got together. They slide up. Everybody stays going. Anderson, your leader. Brown running second. Peterson running third. Manderfield in the 4 spot. Riley and Redleaf. Here comes Peterson to the inside on Brown. Good run for Trent Peterson. Now Brown back inside. Brown and Peterson back and forth on that lap. That allowed Anderson to kind of move away. Now, here comes Brown on Anderson. Carter Brown reeling in. Jaden Anderson in the battle for the top spot is online. Nose to tail, the 81 and the 3. Anderson and Brown. Peterson runs third. Finnegan into 4th now. Redleaf into 5th, and Manderfield is falling back to the 6th spot. Brown working on Anderson, looking to the inside, out of 2. Anderson wouldn't let him through. Anderson shut that door. Now the back straightaway again. Anderson 1, Brown 2. Here comes Peterson. And keep your eye on that black and white 32. Riley Finnegan really coming. Laps are winding down. We got 2 to go. 2 to go. Anderson, Brown. Coming to the white flag. Down the back straightaway. Brown coming again. Anderson trying to block. Brown's going to take advantage. Finnegan's going to come home second. Brown wins it. Finnegan second. Oh, and Anderson with a little afterwards to say, that's not cool, dude. That's not cool. I can hear that too. But clearly that's what he said. He said, that's not cool, man. You can't do it. I don't know, maybe it was more colorful than that, but I'm pretty sure it was probably just that. All right, we have 3 heats here. All right, here comes the last of our heat races for this day. Opening heat of stock heavy Mid-America, and they will start like this in the pole. The 777 out of Newton, Iowa, that's Kirk Weber. Outside, the 1 from Alexandria, Minnesota, that's Jackson Clark. Row 2, the 68 out of Rapid City, South Dakota, of Carter Johannesson. And the 9S out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, of Reagan Skolton. Row 3 from the 30 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, that's Tyler Walton. And the 15 out of Grimes, Iowa, of Gable Tunick. Back row on the inside, the 98X from Renner, that's Max Keller. And to the outside, the 327 out of Lenox, South Dakota, of Mark Jacobson. Eight carts, 10 laps, stock heavy, going green. Weber and Clark, side by side. Clark with a bit of an advantage down the back straightaway. Weber's still there, but Clark will pull the power move and go to the outside and drive to the lead. Alton and Jacobson quickly on the move as well. Here comes Tunick. Tunick bringing Skolden with. Clark still your leader, followed by Weber. Tunick into third. Skolden runs fourth. Alden runs fifth. Jacobson sixth. And then Johannesson. Jackson Clark out of Alexandria, Minnesota. Started on the outside of the front row. Powered by Weber to grab the lead coming out of turn number 2. And he's been on point. Battle going to start to shape up now for second. Weber's going to have a little bit of company. Here comes Tunick. He'll bring Skolden with as well. Tunick up on Weber. Gable Tunick right there with Kurt Weber. And Reagan Skolden right behind both of them. Good battle for second. Nose to tail. Tunick's got to be thinking, if I go, Skolden will come, and he does. Tunick to the inside. Skolden goes as well. They go into second and third. Now Skolden looking to get inside on Tunick, not there. 2 to go. White flag coming here for Jackson Clark. Tunick running second. Skolden third. Weber fourth as they take the white. Final time down the back straightaway. Skolden looking. It'll be Clark to the checkers. Tunick and Skolden. Weber home fourth. And then Jacobson in the 5 spot. Heat race number 2 will line up like this. On the pole from Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory to his outside. From Springfield, Missouri, the 51E of Zachary Evans. Row number 2 on the inside, Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. The outside, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf. Row number 3 inside, the 99 out of Renner, South Dakota, of Michael Payton. To the outside, the 9. That is Max Pogler out of Cherokee, Iowa. Back row on the inside, the 28T out of O'Fallon, Missouri. That's Tanner Lowry. And to his outside, from Springfield, Missouri, the 26T. That is Dylan McCord. Evans going to wait for the field. He'll pull up on the outside of the front row. So Zach's like, I'm not going to try to catch up here. Those guys will come. I'll tuck in alongside of Gregory, and we'll be good. I do not see Dylan McCord's 26T, though, so we will be 1 short. 7 drivers for 10 laps. All right, here comes Evans. He'll pull in alongside of Gregory, and we should be able to go green this time. God, I hate that. God, I hate that when you do that. I just can't keep up. All right, here we go. Side by side. Nope, we're going to wave that one off. Evans, whoa, look out. Wow. Evans was well back of Gregory off the start that time. And then there was a lot of contact down into turn 1. So here we go. 1 to go this time from Cooper, reminding them to stay together. I mean, the rule is the pole sitter sets the pace, but the outside guy has got to maintain that pace as well. It's hard when you're on the outside. You got to run it a little bit quicker. You got to almost stay ahead like that, because when that inside guy goes, you got to anticipate. All right, that looks good. That's a really good start right there. Green flag waves, and Gregory and Whitney quickly get through. Evans drops down into the 3rd spot with Wolf, and here comes Lowry. Tanner Lowry moving through into the 5 spot and coming from the back. Gregory and Whitney running 1 and 2. Evans, Wolf, Lowry, and Pogler It's a good battle here. You got 6 carts all right there. Let's see who can make a move. Pogler keeps looking, but nothing there for him quite yet. Gregory has opened up about a half, maybe a full cart length now on Whitney. Here in the second of our 3 stock heavy heat races. 1 more waiting, and then we go to qualifying. Gavin Gregory and Declan Whitley. Here comes Corey Wolf. Wolf looking to go inside on Evans. Wolf gets there, and he'll bring Pogler with. Max Pogler making a nice run today. The young man out of Cherokee, Iowa. Gregory has been your sole leader off the pole. He's coming to 2 to go with Whitney running second. Wolf and Pogler 3rd and 4th. Then Lowry in the 5 spot. White flag, 1 to go. Whitney closes the gap on Gregory. Whitney coming off of 4. They'll stay nose to tail, but Gregory holds on. Followed by Whitney, Wolf, Pogler, and Evans. And that'll set us up for the 3rd and final, the last heat race of this round, till we get to the second goal for the rookies. And here's how they'll start on the pole from Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19 of Eddie Brose. Starting outside, Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Krug. Row 2, the 43 out of Sioux City, Iowa, that's Richard Norby. And the 12 out of Mankato, Minnesota, of Kyle Manderfeld. Row number 3, from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. From New Brighton, Minnesota, the 13 of Jonathan Hansen. Back row inside, 41 out of Des Moines, Iowa, that's Stevie Smith. And the other half of the Whitney brothers, that is the 5 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, that is Reese Whitney. Brose, Krug, Norby, Manderfeld, Robb, Hansen, Smith, and Whitney, and here we go. Green flag is in the air. Brose takes advantage. Krug slides back, looking for a hole to get in, and finds one. He'll tuck in 5th. Eddie Brose out in front. Robb into second. A little bit of a controversy between the two of them last night in that AJC Clone Heavy final. Robb looked like he had it, and then gave it away. And Brose and Hansen, Robb and Krug. Stevie Smith now into 5. Then Whitney and Norby. Eddie Brose and Jonathan Hansen running 1 and 2. Halfway home. Brose with a 4 cart length advantage. And about the same distance between him, a little bit more, from Hansen back to Robb. Krug and Whitney now in the battle. That would be for 4th. Jacob Krug in the 211. Reese Whitney in the 5. They're nose to tail into 3. Closing the gap on Robb. 2 white flag in the air. Final time around. White flag coming. Eddie Brose. Jonathan Hansen. Jake Robb. Jacob Krug. Reese Whitley. Brose to the checkered, followed by Hansen, Robb, Krug, and Whitley. And that'll put to rest our heat races until we see the rookies for the final time in this round. break it up.
Qualifying now?
Yep.
Yes, these are qualifying.
So here we go with pole qualifying in Pro Arbox. Owen Carsrud, Rayleigh Robbins, Rosaboom, and Leo Fairchild. Carsrud quickest of this group at 14:149. Fairchild second quick at 15:650. Rosaboom third quick. Now Rosaboom second quick at 15:011. Now Fairchild back into the 2 spot at 14:619. Carsrud still quickest with a 14:149. Carsrud will grab the pole with that 14:149, followed by Fairchild and Rosaboom. Pro Junior 1 pole qualifying coming up next. Pro Junior 1 to the grid. Pro Junior 1. There'll be 4 groups in Pro Junior 1 with 11 drivers entered. Let's go, Pro Junior 1. Come on, guys. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. Final call on Pro Junior 1. Second call on Pro Arbox 2. Pro Stock Heavy getting ready. Pro Stock Heavy, you're third, so adult guys be getting ready not long and you'll be back up there. Should be 4 groups. Group 1 here in Pro Junior 1. We'll start with the 05 of Clyde Keenan out of Des Moines, the 9 of Macy Pogler out of Cherokee, Iowa, and the 16 of Broden Holt from Clear Lake, South Dakota. Those should be your entrants for Group 1. I see Clyde moving the 05 in there. There's Macy coming. So we got 2/3 of that first group. Pro Junior 1 pole qualifying. Still waiting on most of the field. Only got 2 of the first group. And there are actually 4 groups. Pro Arbox 2, you follow the Pro Junior 1s, and then Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Junior 1 pole qualifying, still waiting. That's a pretty empty grid for what should be. Pro Junior 1 pole qualifying. Pretty empty grid yet for what should be 11 go-karts, 4 groups. Got part of one group and part of a second. Have Keenan and Pogler from Group 1. Still waiting on Broden Holt. I see Emmett Gonzalez is there. He's in group number 2. There comes Colton Brown. Colton is also in group number 2. So now we have 2/3 of the first 2 groups. Here comes Hayden Hansen. Hayden Arnold, excuse me. Hayden is in the 3rd group. So I guess we're going to go with what we got. And I don't know. Maybe we'll take a lap or something because you missed your group. Here comes Keenan, Pogler, and Gonzalez. So we're going to combine groups 1 and 2 to make group 1. Nope, Gonzalez is going to wait. He's not scheduled to go until group 2. So we're going to go with the 2 of the 3 that showed up in group 1. Keenan and Pogler. Lap 1, Clyde goes 14.587. Macy, lap 1 goes 15.164. Lap 2, Keenan goes 12.908. Pogler on lap 2, a 12.811. She's even faster. Final pass. Keenan goes 12.707. Pogler's finest pass. She'll go 12.627. Pogler gets the provisional pole out of Group 1, but good runs for both of them. Here comes Emmett Gonzalez and Colton Brown. That's all we have of Group 2. Again, we're still kind of waiting. Half the field isn't even at the grid. Gonzalez off and running. Lap 1 is a 14.672. Brown, first lap is a 13.931. Watch that 15. Colton looks like he's already really reeling. This could be good. To the pole, Brown goes with a 12.389. Gonzalez with a 12.954. Final pass, Gonzalez with an 8.57, and Brown goes even faster, a 12.256 for Colton Brown. Carts now running to the grid. Here comes Ekstrom. We have gotten a couple from Group 1, a couple from Group 2. Group 3 is supposed to be Hayden Arnold and Kaylor Ekstrom, and that's what we're going to get. Here they come. So here's Arnold, and here's Ekstrom. Hayden Arnold and Kaylor Ekstrom. Colton Brown with a 12.256. Right now the time to beat. Arnold, lap 1 is a 14.233. Ekstrom, lap 1 is a 14.041. Arnold up to speed. Good lap. He's second with a 5.19. Ekstrom, third with a 5.37. Arnold's final pass. It'll be his best with a 4.63. Ekstrom, second quick with a 3.49, a 12.349 for Kaylor Ekstrom, but it's still Colton Brown with that 2.56. Here comes Group 4, Jackson Reeves, Corbin Tarvis, Dayton Van Beek. Final call on Pro Arbox 2. Final call on Pro Arbox 2. Pro Stock Heavy be getting ready. Tarvis, lap 1, a 14.714. Van Beek, a 14.173. Reeves, second pass, a 12.353. He's third. Van Beek to the pole at 2:34. Dayton Van Beek with a 12:234. And Van Beek goes even quicker on his final pass with a 12:056. Dayton Van Beek to the pole in Pro Junior 1. So here comes Pro Arbox 2, Group 1. 28 of Monty Duffy, 10X of Daniel Landers, and the 52E of Elise Fairchild. Duffy, Landers, and Fairchild, Group 1. Duffy lap 1 is a 15:395. Landers lap 1 is a 15:777. Fairchild is a 15:024. Duffy with a 14:009 on her second pass. Landers with a 14:700. Fairchild to the pole at 13:905. Final pass, and Duffy no better, that 14:009. Landers' final pass is a 14:632. Fairchild no better, she'll take the 905, the 13:905 as the time to beat. And that'll set us up for Group 2. Reagan Rosaboom, Kaylee Milbrett, Colton Horsch. Reagan Rosaboom here in Pro Arbox 2. Lap 1, he's already on the pole at 13:668 on the warm-up lap. Milburn with a 14:099. Horsch at 14:363. Rosaboom a 12:858. He's a full second faster than the field. Final pass, and Rosaboom will settle for that 8:58. Milbrett second quick with a 13:179. Horsch third quick at 13:308. Pro Stock Heavy, let's go. Pro Stock Heavy pole qualifying. We're waiting on Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Stock Heavy to staging. Let's go. There are 8 groups, 24 drivers, and I don't see a single one of them in the grid. Come on, fellas. Pro Stock Heavy, let's go. Pro Stock Heavy. We got 1. We got 2. We're only 22 short. We actually only got 1 from Group 1. And Manderfeld is from Group 2, so Jackson Clark setting down. He is scheduled to be a part of Group 1, along with Carter Johansson and Stevie Smith. Here comes another. That's Jonathan Hansen. Jonathan is scheduled for Group 2. Logan Webb pulling up.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist.
Can't sit here and wait all day for everybody to show up. Guys know when you're supposed to be there. We're calling you. I can see most of you sitting on your cart stand still waiting. So here we go. Jackson Clark, Carter Johansson. That's all we get from Group 1. Stevie Smith, late to the party, drops in. He'll be ready. Clark, lap 1 is a 13:066. Johansson is a 13:515. Clark, lap 2 is 11:482. Johansson at 12:316. Final pass, and Jackson Clark at 11:391. Clark with a 391. Johansson at 12:248. Here comes Group 2. It'll start with Manderfeld. Here's Hansen and Gregory. So we got all of Group 2. Kyle Manderfeld, Gavin Gregory, Jonathan Hansen. Manderfeld, lap 1, 13:234. Hansen, 13:313. Gregory, 13:205. Manderfeld, second quick at 7:13. Hansen, second quick at 5:88. Gregory to the pole at 3:88. Gavin Gregory with a 388. Hanson with a 423. Gregory quicker again at 11.351. Gavin Gregory at 11.351. Here comes Dylan McCord. Jacob Krug, Max Pogler. McCord, Krug, and Pogler, Group 3. Pro Junior Wing on deck. Pro Junior Wing, you're on deck. Lap 1. Second pass, McCord is fifth at 11.770. Now Krug to the 5 spot with a 6.09. Pogler is sixth at 7.17. Now McCord to fifth with a 5.63. Krug sixth with a 6.09, and Pogler in the 7th spot at 6.57. Gregory still quickest at 3.51. Here comes Logan Webb and Reagan Skolden and Kirk Weber. This is group number 4. Webb, Skolden, and Weber. Here comes Logan Webb's first time. It's third quick with a 4.02. Skolden sixth at 5.53. Weber in the 10th spot with a 7.40. Webb quicker again at 4.02. Logan Webb to third. Skolden to fifth with a 4.41. And Weber to eighth at 5.81. Everybody in the 11-second mark. That should bring us to Group 5. Mark Jacobson, Jake Robb, Tyler Alton. It's Jacobson, it's Robb, and it's Alton. Jacobson lap 1 at 13.318. Robb goes 13.375. Alton a 13.236. Robb to 10th quick with a 6.27. Alton to 11th at a 6.39. Jacobson 13 with a 7.36. Gregory, Clark, Webb, Hanson, and Skolden, your top 5. Robb 6th with that 4.59. What do you want? What does he want? I can hear him. I'm not talking. What do you want for the announcer? Here comes our next group. Richard Normey, Tanner Lowry, and Reese Whitney. Lowry quickest of this group at 6.89. That is 14th. Now Lowry to 9th with a 5.15. Reese Whitney to the pole with a 3.11. Reese Whitney to the pole at 11.311. Whitney getting it on his final pass. Quick reminder, guys, no oil in the trash. Please don't dump your used waste oil in the garbage. Take it with you, put it in a container, dispose of it like you're supposed to when you get home. Here comes our next group. Declan Whitney, Corey Wolf, Eddie Brose. Brose to the pole with an 11.310. 1/100th of a second faster than Whitney. Eddie Brose at 11.303 on his final pass. Took the pole with a 3.10 and then backed it up with a 3.03. Brose, Whitney, Gregory, Clark, and Webb now your top 5. Here comes Gable Tunick, Zachary Evans. And apparently there'll be one more group. Tunick and Evans. Tunick to 12 with a 5.78. Evans to 21st with a 9.36. Tunick better with a 5.78 on that second pass. No better on his third. Right now 12th. Final pair. Pro Junior Wing coming up next, then Pro Junior 2. Stevie Smith with an 11.902. Landon Schott with an 11.601. Schott is 14th with that 601. Smith 22nd at 11.736. Here comes Pro Junior Wing. Group 1, Kaylee Milbrent, Corbin Tarvis, Milbrent left 1, 13.326. Tarvis a 13.464. Milburn lap 2 is a 12.464. Tarvis lap 2 is a 12.358. Final pass, and Milburn no better than the 4.64. Tarvis on his final pass, no better than his 3.58. But Tarvis with that 12.358. Here comes Luke Krieger and Riker Lopez back. The 26 of Dominic Weber. Luke Krieger, Riker Lopez back, and Dominic Weber. Krieger lap 1 is at 13.386. Back a 5.38, 14.538. Weber a 13.061. Krieger goes 13.006. Weber to the pole with a 12.129. Beck with a 12.901. Final pass, and Weber even quicker with a 12.081. Beck fourth quick with a 12.586. And then Krieger in the 5 spot at 13.006. Here comes Liam Gimbel. Reagan Rosenboom. The group was supposed to include Rayshawn Sheehan, but they're working on a gear change. He'll just take the back. Lap 1, Rosenboom with a 12.885. Gimbel with a 13.287. Lap 2, Gimbel to fourth with a 5.16. Rosenboom second quick at 12.175. Gimbel into third with a 2.73. Rosenboom to the pole with an 0.31. 12.031 for Reagan Rosenboom. My goodness, those wing carts are having fun this weekend. Pro Junior 2.
Pro Junior wing, correct?
Pro Junior 2 drivers, we're ready to continue qualifying. Pro Junior 2.
No, he's got his engine off his go-kart right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Might cause you to lose a thousandth of a second. Pro Junior 2 pole qualifying coming up. Group 1 should be Henry Arnold, Robbie Perino, and Grayson Redleaf. I see Arnold, Perino, and Redleaf. All right, we got Group 1. Pro Super Heavy up next. That'll be the last of the qualifying before our rookie second round heats, and then we get our break, and then our AJC classes will qualify. So we're getting down there as far as qualifying is concerned. We have Pro Junior 2, then Pro Super Heavy, and then we have our second round of rookie heats, and then our guaranteed break before we get to our 3 AJC classes, starting with AJC Junior 2 Heavy, followed by AJC Junior 1 Heavy, and then AJC Adult Clone Heavy. Right now, we're working on Pro Junior 2. Arnold, Perino, and Redleaf, they're ready. Group 2 is Manderfield, Peterson, and Brown. Group 3 should be Roller, Mockert and Kindle. Group 4, Wolfgren and Anderson. Group 5, Conkelman and Finnegan. Hey guys, we ask you to keep the oil out of the garbage. Brett and the crew here at University Plains have set up a barrel that you can use. It's right there by the American flag. It's a green barrel with a white top. It has a funnel on it. You can drop your waste oil in there. Please do not put it in the garbage. Do not put it in any of the trash barrels. Bring it up and it'll go right in there. We've accommodated with that oil barrel right there by the bottom of the American flag. So make sure, guys, we're not dumping the waste oil anywhere but in that barrel right there at the bottom of the flag stand, bottom of the flag. All right, here we go. Let's fire up and qualify Pro Junior 2 and then Pro Super Heavy. And then our second round of rookie heats before the break. Here comes Arnold. Here comes Perino. Here comes Redleaf. Arnold, Perino, and Redleaf ready to go. Henry goes 13.588. Robbie goes 14.105. Grayson goes 13.447. Up to speed, Arnold, a 12.027. Perino with an 11.982. Redleaf with an 11.783. Arnold's final pass, an 11.958. Perino, an 11.905. Redleaf at 11.777. Grayson Redleaf with the pole through Group 1. Here comes Group 2. Braylon Manderfield, followed by Trenton Peterson, followed by Carter Brown. Manderfield, Peterson, and Brown here in Group 2. Pro Super Heavy, then Rookie round 2 heats on deck. Pro Super Heavy, and then Rookie second round heats. Manderfield up to speed with a 12.114. Peterson to the pole at 11.713. Now Brown to the pole at 11.698. Peterson no better on lap 3. Brown quicker again at 11.578. Carter Brown to the pole at 11.578. Brown followed by Peterson, Redleaf, Perino, and Arnold. Now your top 5. Halfway through qualifying here in Pro Junior 2. Pro Super Heavy up next, and then Rookie. Pro Super Heavy, and then Rookie second round heats. Roller, Mockert, Kindle set to go here. Kindle quickest on lap 1. Now up to full song. Roller to the pole at 11.554. Carter Roller to the pole. Mocker to 4th with an 11.762. Kindle to 6th. Mocker to 3rd at 11.703. Kindle to 5th with a 7.17. But Carter Roller to the pole at 11.554. Here comes Ace Wolfgren. Jaden Anderson, second of the last group. It's a fast pair. That pole may be in jeopardy. Let's see. Wolfgren and Anderson. Now up to speed. Let's see what Ace has got. Here's his first real full-time lap. He's 7th with an 8.61. Anderson in the 7th spot with a 7.95. So they're 7th and 8th. Wolfgren on his final pass settles in with that 8.61. Anderson jumps to 6th with a 7.39. Carter Roller still there at 11.554. One pair left. Here comes Bentley Konkelman and Riley Finnegan. Pro Super Heavy up next, and then Rookie second round heats. And then we go to the break in front of our AJC classes. Lab 1 in the books, 11.554. Time to beat. Finnegan to 11th with a 12.046. Konkelman with a 12.146. Final passes, and Finnegan will settle into 11th at 12.031. So it'll be Carter Roller, your pole sitter in Pro Junior 2. On the speedway is Pro Super Heavy Group 1, Jonathan Hansen, Kurt Weber. Hansen with a 13.575, Weber with a 13.793. Second pass, Hansen at 11.705. Weber at 11.785. Final pass, and Hansen goes 11.605. Weber with an 11.783. Here comes Dylan McCord and Carter Johansson. Final call on rookie second round heats. Final call on rookie second round heats. Rookie second round heats coming up next, and then the break. McCord with 11.857. Johansson at 12.566. McCord's final pass is good enough for second with an 11.767. Johansson will take that 12.55.66 and settle in right now in fourth with one to go. Zachary Evans. Apparently Evans will not qualify and will go rookie racing.
Hey, you missed it, Jane. I thought he went down the stairs to come to you, turn around to finish that race, and he was over my shoulder scaring the crap out of me. Just wanted to give you a hint. You got a handful of chocolate.
Shipping. Eliminate those surprise charges and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
From Lake Crystal, Minnesota. It'll be the 16. Zayla Manderfield. On the outside, from Colton, South Dakota, the 67. That's Owen Karsrud. Back row, inside, Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Max Wolfgren. And from Renner, South Dakota, the 7 of Barry Payton. Manderfield, Karsrud, Wolfgren, and Payton, rookie heat race number 1, round 2. Here they come. Wolfgren won the opener.
My front three are good, the back white one, not so much worried about. Alright, you lock the back this time.
Field coming around. Payton pulling in. Cooper waving the green flag, and we're off and running. Green, green, green. Manderfield. Karsrud.
Yeah, I know, but it would look so funny in the picture.
Manderfield in that 16. Owen Karsrud in the 67. Karsrud, like Colton Brown, doing double duty here this weekend. He has both a flat cart and a wing cart. Then running that Arbox and running here in rookie. Caution coming out. Ace Max Wolfgren, my bad. Ace, the older of the Wolfgren brothers. So we'll have to get them lined back up again. Max takes a look around, goes, okay, I got you, tucks in behind him, and we're good.
Yeah, but I think I'll put him in front of that white one, but get the white one to slow down.
Here we go. Green? Nope. Not one, at least one more time. So the green flag comes out. We're back underway with Manderfield and Karsrud. Oh, and look out, Wolfgren's around in turn 2. Peyton way off the outside. Saved it out there toward the far side bleachers and then got it back in. So the 16 is your leader. That is Zayla Manderfield. The 67 of Karsrud is second. Wolfgren has spun around twice. But I believe is still there. Now, Wolfgren is listed as second, so we're going green. Green flag is out. Wolfgren coming to the inside on Manderfield. Zayla able to hold him off. As the field heads out of turn 2. Manderfield and Wolfgren. Karsrud right there, nose to tail, 1, 2, and 3. Barry Payton running in 4th. Oh, a little bit of contact and Wolfgren goes up. Boy, everybody keeps going. Look out. Peyton, hang on. No, he hammers the barrels on the far side right over there in front of the spectators. So Peyton off the track twice now. He's been way up off the high side coming out of turn number 2 over there in front of the spectator grandstands. This time, though, he got it all the way down into the barrels. Brett's over to assist. Cart trailer has come out, but looks like he'll be able to continue or at least be pushed off. Oh, here he comes. Barry Payton is back up, and he's back on the track. And now he's going to come off. So Payton heads off. The 16, the 67, and the 80, the 78. So the field will come back to the green. First of 2 rookie heats. And then we get to our mandatory break in front of qualifying for our AJC races. And during that break, we'll blow the track. And then we'll start with AJC Junior 2 Heavy, followed by AJC Junior 1. And then our AJC Clone Heavy. Off we go to green, and Wolfgren gets inside of Manderfield on the start. Max to the race lead now. Wolfgren, Manderfield. Here comes. Oh, up over the back. Manderfield jumps up over the back end of Wolfgren. So it'll be Wolfgren, followed by Karsrud, and then Manderfield. Should be 78, 67, and 16. 78, 67, and then the 16. All right, here we go again. Wolfgren won the first go-round of this group of rookies. Trying to do it again. Has the lead down into turn one. Followed by Karsrud and Manderfield. Here comes Owen to the outside. That's the long way around, but he might be able to pull it off. Not this time. Manderfield closes in. Now we're down to what'll be 2 to go when they get back to the finish line this time. 2 to go, and they're all nose to tail. Manderfield to the inside on Karsrud. Look out. Oh, my goodness. Owen straightened her out. Saved it. She was going around and then saved it as the two came together. White flag now for Wolfgren. Manderfield second. Karsrud third. And it looks like they'll go in identical finishing order as to the first round. Wolfgren won it. Manderfield was second, and Karsrud was third. That'll set us up for our final heat race of the day in our rookies. Rookie heat race number 2, the second round. On the pole, the F10 out of Chamberlain, South Dakota. That's Mateo Farnsworth. To his outside, the 32 out of Lenox, South Dakota. That's Wyatt Jacobson. Row number 2, the 1 JMO out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. That's Jamison Finnegan. And to his outside, the 22X from Cornell, Wisconsin. That is Jackson Back. That's his pretty good start. Jacobson dropping to the inside. Gets through. Finnegan coming now as well. Finnegan won the first go-round of this group. And Finnegan closes in on Jacobson. He'll make the pass down into 1. And Jamison takes your lead. Finnegan and Jacobson. Now the battle for third. Back in the 22. Farnsworth in the F10. Jackson gets through in that 22X. Out in front, it's Jamison Finnegan and the 1 JMO. 1 JMO. Wyatt Jacobson right now running second. Then Back and Farnsworth. And Farnsworth with a spin. Everybody gets slowed down and gets around Mateo. The 2 leaders to the outside. The third place cart to the inside. Farnsworth has got it. All right, Farnsworth will get caught up, hopefully. We'll get everybody else kind of slowed down, although he's about a half a lap down, so we're going to have to really slow that front pair to get Mateo back into this one. Here comes Back. He's going to get caught up. Now here comes Farnsworth. All right, we should be able to go green next time. Should be able to go green next time. Based on the number of flags that Cooper is trying to hold, I'm guessing it's going to be a green, white, and checker. Or pretty close to that. Finnegan, Jacobson, Back, and Farnsworth going green. Jacobson with a good start off the restart. Seems like it takes Finnegan just a minute to get going. Then when he gets going, he's just really hard to handle, but Jacobson gets him here. It'll be 2 to go this next time by, and Wyatt Jacobson in front of Jamison Finnegan. Jacobson, 2 to go. Now Finnegan to the inside. Finnegan back to the race lead with Jacobson running second at the white flag. 1 to go. Oh, and Farnsworth again right off of turn 4. And the yellow and the checker will bring this rookie heat to a close with Jamison Finnegan, your winner, followed by Wyatt Jacobson. And that'll get us to the mandatory break in our running order in front of our last 3 classes to qualify. That is our AJC Junior 2 Heavy, AJC Junior.
When it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
My 2 passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
All right, AJC Junior 2 Heavy to the starting grid for pole qualifying. AJC Junior 2 Heavy to the starting grid for pole qualifying. AJC Junior 1 Heavy, you should be getting ready. You follow the Junior 2s and then the adults. Final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy to the staging grid for pole qualifying. Second call on AJC 1, Junior 1 Heavy for pole qualifying. First call on AJC Adult Clone Heavy. 3 classes left to qualify, and then we'll head to our main events. Final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Group 1 should be Redleaf, Peterson, and Cockelman. Group 2 should be Perino, Brown, and Roller. Group 3 should be Manderfield, Arnold, and Kindle. Group 4 should be Maggart and Finnegan, and Group 5 should be Wolfgram and Anderson. There are 13 drivers. And here we come. All right, we got a few of them there, and we're slowly moving in. AJC Junior 1 Heavy, pole qualifying, you're up next. AJC Junior 1 pole heavy, you're up next. And then our AJC Clone Heavy pole qualifying. All right, here we go. Pole qualifying. AJC Junior 2 Heavy pole qualifying. Underway. Roller, Perino, and Brown. The group here on the Speedway, group number 2. Carter Brown, the quickest so far. Blaine Kindle, quickest of that group. Second quick overall at 11:5:43. Brown with an 11:5:06. Roller third quick at 5:64. Then Red Leaf at 7:40 and Peterson at 7:75. Your top five. Here's Grand Forks, North Dakota's James Mockert at 71. And Osceola, Wisconsin's Riley Finnegan. Mockert at 13.254, Finnegan at 13.695. Mockert a fourth quick at 11.667. Finnegan to 10th with a 12.389. Mockert quicker again, but is still fourth at 11.618. Carter Brown with that 11.506, the time to beat. And one group to do it. Ace Wolfgram, Jaden Anderson. AJC Junior 1 Heavy up next. AJC Junior 1 Heavy up next. Then AJC Clone Heavy. Anderson and Wolfgren. Ace 7th at 11.778. Anderson now 5th at 11.626. Wolfgren still 7th with that 7.43. Anderson will settle for 5th at 11.620. So Carter Brown will grab the pole for AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Pole qualifying now beginning in our AJC Junior 1 Heavy. Jamison Finnegan, Colton Brown, Dayton Van Beek. Brown with a 13.884. Second pass for Brown is a 12.407. Van Beek goes 12.494. Finnegan goes 12.883. Brown's final pass is a 12.214. Van Beek quicker again on his final pass, as is Finnegan. But they'll go 1, 2, and 3, Brown, Van Beek, and Finnegan. So Jamison Finnegan moving up into Junior 1 out of the rookie division for the AJC Junior 1 Heavy event. Here comes our next group. Hayden Arnold, Jackson Lotsky, Taylor Ekstrom. Ekstrom, Arnold, and Lotsky. Arnold goes 14.086. One more group to qualify. AJC Clone Heavy. Let's go, guys. AJC Clone Heavy. Ain't a single one of you in the grid. You're up next. We got one more group in Junior 1s, and then we'll be waiting on you again. Arnold with the second quick time of 12.257. Hayden Arnold into second. Ekstrom to fourth with a 3.88. Last group coming. Last group coming here in Junior 1. Final call on AJC Clone Heavy for pole qualifying. Final call on AJC Clone Heavy.
If he doesn't, he goes to the back.
Jackson Reeves and Grayson Redleaf. Reeves 14.321, lap 1. Redleaf 15.285. We don't show any times for Jackson Lotsky, so we're going to check to see if the transponder was working or he did not have it on the cart. If it was a transponder issue, then he will continue qualify. That'll give our adult drivers an extra minute or two to try to get to the grid. If he did not have a transponder, then he'll just simply start at the back of the field. Reeves to the pole on his final pass at 12:147. Jackson Reeves to the pole in AJC Junior 1 Heavy. All right, before we roll, we're going to wait to see about Lotsky's 17. So no transponder, so no time. Lotsky to the tail in AJC Junior 1 Heavy. So that'll bring us to the lineup for AJC Clone Heavy, the last of our qualifying events. Group 1 for AJC Clone Heavy is Tyler Alton and Zach Evans, Logan Webb. Alton, Evans, and Webb should make up Group 1. I see Alton and I see Webb. Group 2 has Gavin Gregory and Eddie Brose with Max Keller. Group 3 has Jake Robb and Tanner Lowry with Jonathan Hansen. Group 4 should have Reese and Declan Whitley, and then Kyle Manderfeld. Group 5 should have Jacob Krug and Jackson Clark with Travis Miller. And the final group for qualifying should have Corey Wolf, Dylan McCord, and Reagan Skolton. 18 drivers, AJC Clone Heavy. 18 drivers. Alton, Evans, and Webb scheduled to be Group 1. AJC Clone Heavy. Waiting till we have at least a couple of groups. Of course, everybody's still just lagging at the back of the grid, waiting. They don't want to set it down. Might lose that 1/10 of a second. That means the difference between the pole and 8th place. So here we go. Alton, Webb, Evans. Tyler Alton, Logan Webb, and Zachary Evans. Alton, lap 1 is 13:399. Webb, a 13:155. Evans, a 13:294. Alton, lap 2 is an 11:664. Webb, an 11:412. Evans, an 11:686. Final pass. Alton at 11:664. Webb goes quicker on his final pass with a 3:85. Evans quicker on his final pass at 6:75, but it's Logan Webb with that 11:385. Here comes Group 2, Eddie Brose, Gavin Gregory, just Brose and Gregory, no Keller. Eddie on lap 1 is a 13:119. Gregory on lap 1 is a 13:060. Brose now to full song. Second quick with a 4:73. Gregory, full song, he's second quick with a 4:56. Brose's final pass to the pole with a 3:51. Gregory's final pass to third. He'll take that second lap with a 4:56. Bros to the pole with a 3:51. Webb second. Then Gregory, Alton, and Evans. Here comes Jake Robb. He led 19 3/4 laps of that AJC Clone Heavy race last night until coming off of turn 4. When Bros got him. Robb goes 12, 9:74 lap 1. Tanner Lowry a 13:508. Jonathan Hanson a 13:144. Robb to the pole with a 3:21. Lowry fifth quick with a 5:26. Now Hanson to the 5 spot with a 4:84. Robb quicker again at 2:48. Jake Robb at 11:248. Bros, Hanson, Webb, and Gregory your top 5. Here come the Whitneys. Reese, Declan, and they'll be joined by Kyle Manderfeld. Whitney, and Manderfeld. Lap 1, Declan 12:9:10. Reese 13:086. Manderfeld at 13:459. Lap 2, Reese at 11:870. Declan at 11:6077. Manderfeld to 8th at 11:638. Final pass. Reese Whitley to 11th with an 8:78. Declan into the 8th spot at 6:07. Manderfeld into 7th with an 11:584. Jacob Krug and Jackson Clark. Landon Schott. Krug up to full song. Tucks in 5th with a 4:16. Oh, look out. Shot. Krug with no faster on his second pass. That may have been trying to avoid Landon Schott. Krug to 5th with that 11:416. Final grouping, Corey Wolf, Dylan McCord, Reagan Skolton. Jake Robb with an 11:248. Wolf to 13th. McCord to 11th with a 380. Skolton to 5th with a 400. Skolton the fastest in this group. Reagan's final pass to 3rd at 11:355. So Jake Robb will start up front just as he did last night. He led 19 3/4 before finding himself in the infield. Eddie Bros will start right behind him. Then Skolton, Hanson, and Webb. Well, that'll wrap up our qualifying and our preliminaries. The championship finals coming up at approximately 2:45. About 10 minutes, about 9 minutes or so. That break will wind up being longer than that, but we'll try to get them going by 2:45. Now remember, as we approach the start of our championship main events, the ladies from Hagen Photography Motorsports are here. They've Got the big fancy cameras. They're taking all kinds of... I can't imagine what kind of great shots these girls might have gotten. The victory lane shots alone, are great. So remember, if you win, we get to these main events, feature the winner stops on the front straightaway under the AJC victory lane setup for a picture. And then remember, you must drive the cart back off yourself with your helmet. No somebody else pushing you or anything like that. You must drive it off on your own with your helmet on. Top 3 must stay at Tech unless you're going on to use the same motor in another class. Then you'll have to talk with Rich, and he'll mark or tag or whatever he has to do to get that done. So remember, if you finish in the top 3, you must stay at Tech unless you're going on to run the same cart in another class later on, and then you'll end up coming back. That way we can be working our way through Tech as we go through the program, and we don't end up having a bunch of people waiting for Tech and classes to clear at the end of the night, trying to head out. Rookie Mid-America, Amen. You'll be first up at 2:45. Then it's Stock Light, followed by Junior 1 and Arbox 2. All right, guys, let's be moving to that starting grid. Rookie Mid-America Final. Rookie Mid-America Final. You are first up. Rookie Mid-America Final to the starting grid. Stocklight Mid-America. You are on deck. Junior 1 Mid-America, and then Arbox 2. Those are classes 1 through 4. A reminder, after our finals, we still have our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge coming. Junior wing drivers, I have been informed that you can run a treaded left front if you do not have a slick. You'll still be running the regular slicks that everybody else is running, but you can run a treaded left front if you don't have a slick for that Dirty Tire Challenge. So just keep that in mind if you're participating in the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. You can run a treaded left front if you do not have a slick. You'll run the other 3 slicks that everybody else will run for that Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. But that's coming up after our main events. And our main events start with our Rookie Mid-America Final. Rookie Mid-America Final, you're first up. Then Stocklight, then Junior 1, and then Arbox 2. So rookies to the head of the grid for your championship main event. Rookies to the head of the grid for your championship main event. All right, our rookie championship final getting ready. Everything will be single file in flat carts, double file in the wing carts. So here's the way we will start for our rookie Mid-America final. This is 15 laps, and on the pole from Boone, Iowa is the 78 of Max Wolfgren. Starting second in the 1JMO out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, it's Jamison Finnegan. Starting third in the 32 out of Lenox, South Dakota, that is Wyatt Jacobson. Starting fourth from Lake Crystal, Minnesota in the 16, that's Zayla Manderfield. Starting fifth from Cornell, Wisconsin, the 22X, that is Jackson Back. Starting sixth from Colton, South Dakota, the 67 of Owen Carsrud. Starting seventh from Chamberlain, South Dakota, the F10 of Mateo Farnsworth. And starting eighth from Renner, South Dakota, the 7 of Barry Payton. Wolfgren, Finnegan, Jacobson, Manderfield, Back, Carsrud, Farnsworth, and Payton, and here they come. Final call on Stock Light Mid-America. Final call on Stock Light Mid-America to the grid. Final call on Stock Light Mid-America. Final call on Stock Light. We're going green, 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 and rookie. Wolfgren, Finnegan, Jacobson. Wolfgren run both of his heats. Finnegan won both of his. Jacobson to the inside. Down in behind Finnegan. Jamison Finnegan out in front. Finnegan's opening up the advantage on Wyatt Jacobson. Max Wolfgren runs third. Jackson Back trying to work on Manderfield. That would be for fourth. Zayla Manderfield in that 16. Right now in the 4 spot. Pulls away a little bit from Back. Trying to run down on Wolfgren. Front of the field. The front two are spread way out, but now we get the battle for third. Here comes Manderfield. Oh, Farnsworth with a spin. Top of turn number 4. So the field is realigned. That'll take the big gap. Finnegan and Jacobson. Wolfgren, I believe, will be third. Was third on this before the caution. So I believe we're going to have to switch the 78 and the 16 around, or maybe not. I don't know. Okay, he's going to wait. That's fine. Let him wait right there. We'll let everybody else move on by. Slow him way down. Slow him way down. All right, 1 and 2 are good. And I think we got to switch 3 and 4. The 78, I believe, goes to third, and the 16 comes back to fourth. All right, so here we go. Field will get the 1 to go this time. We should be able to come back to green in turn 4. Finnegan and Jacobson. Then Manderfield and Wolfgren. Back, Carsrud, Farnsworth, and Payton. Oh, I get one back.
Here we go.
I don't want it. Back under green flag, and Jamison Finnegan continues to be your leader. Wyatt Jacobson running second. And the young lady, Zelia Manderfield, running in third. Zelia Manderfield all by herself. A little bit of contact between back and Karsrud. Oh, it ends up way up high and now slowing down and stopping. There was some contact there between Karsrud and back, I believe. And after the contact, all of a sudden, Karsrud just slowed to a stop. Oh, the motor died on him after the contact. So Owen gets it refired. Owen among a couple of drivers doing double duty with flat cart and wing cart racing this weekend. He and Colton Brown both have flat carts in various classes and wing carts. Final call on stock light. Main event, final call on stock light. All right, now we really got this one messed up. The leaders are right up behind Karsrud, who should be probably going to the back. Okay, here we go. Finnegan and Jacobson should be Manderfield, Wolfgren. Here we go. Finnegan and Jacobson. Manderfeld has been in third for a while, but I don't think she was supposed to quite be there. Yeah, that. Oh, hang on. Okay, it is right. Okay, Manderfeld and then Wolfgren. Okay, so 16 and then 78. All right, here we go. We're going to go back to green. The Rookie Mid America Final. Finnegan, Jacobson, Manderfield, and Wolfgren. Back to green. Jacobson with a jump. Gets inside on Finnegan. He did that during the heat, but then Finnegan was able to get back around him. Jacobson and Finnegan running 1 and 2. Manderfield and Wolfgren. Leaders coming off of 4. Finnegan looking for it. He's got the opening at the bottom. Jacobson going to try to hold him off, but he cannot do it. A little bit of contact. Jacobson stays in it, man. I thought he was not going to be able to hold on to that, but he does. He and Finnegan were all over each other, and Jacobson stays there. Around the lap car they go. Halfway home this time by, and Wyatt well, and the caution will come before we get there. So the caution comes out. We got a cone. They got knocked out onto the racetrack. Man, what a battle between Jacobson and Finnegan. I thought Finnegan had the line. They were bouncing off each other, going through 1 and 2, and somehow Wyatt came out, hung on to that thing. Man, what a great race these two guys put on. They have really...
Lineup is 32, 1 JMO, 16, 78.
So the field will pull over and get lined up.
At 10, 67. After 67 will be the 22 and then the 7. It's 5 laps for complete.
So the field is lined up, and here we go. Field will be coming back to green this time. Jacobson, Finnegan, Manderfield, Wolfgren, Mateo, Farnsworth, Carsrud, back, and Peyton. And we're back to green. Wolfgren quickly to the inside on Manderfield, can't stay there. Gets back in line. Back, comes inside on Farnsworth. Able to make the pass. Here we come to halfway. Halfway home, and it's Wyatt Jacobson out in front of Jamison Finnegan. We thought we might have gotten this one last night, but then the lap car sent Finnegan to the tail, and he had to work his way back through traffic all the way to second. Well, now we get him. Nose to tail, lap after lap. Jacobson. I'll tell you what, Junior 1 guys, watch out. These 7-year-olds can really wheel. Wyatt reminded me he'll be 8 in November. Around Peyton they go. Still Jacobson and Finnegan. Manderfield runs third. Back has now moved up to fourth. Here comes Jackson. Jackson back, moving into third with a 22X. Down the back straightaway, Finnegan creeps in. He'll take a look on the inside again. Jacobson turns down across him. I'm pretty sure they're going to put the 32 of Jacobson to the back. I just know how these guys think. But I'm pretty sure that Wyatt is going to get dropped to the tail. We're turning down. Not sure that Finnegan completely had the line, but Jacobson certainly turned down to block. So it will not surprise me if we put the 32 to the back and the one JMO will be all alone up in front. Field will come around to our race director and we'll get him stopped. And, yep. So, what was a tremendous rookie feature between Finnegan and Jacobson, well, that's over. Finnegan by himself with just a couple of laps to go for Wyatt. He did what he had to do. He tried to keep Finnegan away. Finnegan was coming. I'm not sure he had completely that spot, but he was pretty close. Close enough that... So Jacobson to the tail. Farnsworth is not second. Should be Manderfield. or back, should be back, and then Manderfield. The F10 is not there in second. The F10 should be near the back of the field. He had gone a lap down to the leaders, then gets unlapped with the caution. All right, so move Farnsworth out of the way. It'll be back, and then Manderfield, and then Wolfgren, then Karsrud, okay. Peyton laps down, so he'll be at the back. Well, let's see what we have here. Stock light final coming up next. And we'll go to the green the next time. Let's see whether or not back could take advantage. Finnegan has not gotten great restarts. Then when he gets up to speed, well, then he's almost untouchable. Here we go. Nope, no problem here. Finnegan easily pulls away. Finnegan's already pulled out by 3 or 4 kart lengths on back, Manderfield, Wolfgren. 2 to go. Down to 2 to go. White flag for Finnegan. Jacobson working his way up through the field. He's only got 1 lap to see what else he can get. Meanwhile, Finnegan, as soon as Jacobson was taken out, that ended this thing. Finnegan wins it easily. Followed by back, Manderfield, Wolfgren, and Jacobson, your top 5. And Jamison Finnegan to victory lane.
That checkered flag back up there in the score tower. What was that? Checkered flag that did throw back in the scoring tower.
Got it. Top 3 to 10 are 1 JMO, 22 and 16.
This car has to come down.
He's going to be a scratch in this race.
So Jamison Finnegan picks up the win in Rookie Mid America. Our stock light final coming up. And here's how the stock light final will start. On the pole from Cedar Falls, Iowa is the 9S of Reagan Skolton. Starting second, the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois of Logan Webb. Starting third, the 4 out of Laverne, Minnesota of Gavin Gregory. Starting fourth, the 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, that's Declan Whitney. Starting fifth, from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Krub. Starting sixth, from Mitchellville, Iowa, the 19 of Eddie Brose. Starting seventh, the 19X out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, Carter Brown. Starting eighth, the 5 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, that's Reese Whitney. Starting ninth, the 15 out of Grimes, Iowa, that's Gable Tunick. Starting 10th, from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Starting 11th, the 9 out of Cherokee, Iowa, Max Pogler. Starting 12th, the 1 out of Alexandria, Minnesota, Jackson Clark. Starting 13th, the 7 out of Marshall, Minnesota, Travis Miller. Starting 14th, the 16 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, that's Corey Wolf. Starting 15th, the 189 out of Scandia, Minnesota, that's Scott Simons. Starting 16th, the 88 out of Rapid City, South Dakota, that's Emily Price. Starting 17th, the 43 of Richard Norby out of Sioux City, Iowa, and 18th, the 98X of Max Keller, Renner, South Dakota. No Keller at the back. Coming to green for 25 laps. Skolton, Webb, Gregory, Whitney, and Krug. Krug quickly to the inside, drives Whitney up the track. That'll open the door for Bros to get through. And Brown. Whitney looking to get some help from Reese, and he does. Declan comes, got a spinner to the top. Over in turn 2, and the yellow's out. So the caution comes out. That'll be the one of Jackson Clark to the tail. Field will have to stop the field and get them lined up. Gavin Gregory back there in 6th, should be up in 3rd. Well, we almost got them stopped. Skolton, Webb, Gregory, Bros and Brown. Krug and Bros, and then Brown. Skolton, Webb, here we go, coming to green. Reagan, Skolton, bring them up a 4. Whitney down to the inside of Brown. Both Whitneys get through. Whitney to the inside on Gregory. Declan and Reese Whitney trying to move up. Gregory trying to get in between them. Cannot. Up front it's Skolton, Webb. Krug's all the way up to 3rd. Bros running 4th. Krug looking. Can't get around Webb. Declan Whitney running in the 5 spot. Here comes Krug bringing Bros with. Webb back from 2nd to 4th. Jacob Krug on the move. Got a great start. Got way down on that loose stuff. Got inside. Has done nothing but move forward since. Then again, he knows how to drive this track. They've been here a long, long time. He and his brother and his dad. Bros now to the inside on Krug, Eddie into 2nd. Skolton out in front. Bros, Krug, and Webb. The rest of the field will pull straight away back. That's Whitney, Gregory, and Tunick. Move over flag coming now for Emily Price. She'll slow and pull to the top. as the leaders pull by. That front 4 is now a front 3 as they have pulled away from Logan Webb. Webb falling back. Then a full straightaway back to that next trio. Carter Brown trying to get caught up to those 3. 2 halfway home. Out front, it's still Skolton, Bros, and Krug. 4 or 5 car lengths back is Webb. Then a full straightaway back to another 4-car battle. Reese, Declan Whitney, Gavin Gregory, Gable Tunick, and Carter Brown. Front 3 now, pulling away from Webb. Webb all by himself now. Here comes Krug. Inside on Skolton. Bros to the lead. Krug to second. Skolton back to third. It's really a 3-car battle at the front between Bros, Krug, and Skolton. They have pretty much left everybody else in the dust. Now Krug to the lead, Skolton to second, Bros back to third. You get the lead, you get the lead, you get the lead. Jacob Krug coming to 5 to go, 20 down, 5 to go. Krug, Skolton, Bros, Webb not really a factor, and then the rest of it, they're just running for position. It's really a 3-car battle. Might just be 2. Krug now opening it up on Skolton. We're coming to 2 to go. Krug, Skolton, Bros, lap cars in front. They will certainly play a factor. White flag coming. How do they get through the lap cars? This is going to decide it. 1 to go. Krug trying to get through. Skolton's there as well. Nobody's going to get through. Krug's still going to win it. Krug wins it. Skolton comes home second. Bros, Webb, and the rest of the field a half a lap behind. Jacob Krug picks up the win. I thought maybe that the lap cars might make a difference, but they did not. He just didn't pass them, and nobody got by him. And so Jacob Krug picks up stock light. While they celebrate Victory Lane, Brooks makes a visit to Victory Lane for the 2nd time this weekend. Won the South Dakota State Championship yesterday. And there is the gang. All right, here's our Junior 1 Mid-America lineup as they get ready to come to the Speedway. On the pole from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold, starting second. The 15 out of Lee's Summit, Missouri, that's Colton Brown. Starting third, the 3 out of Fairmont, Minnesota, that is Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting fourth, the 12 out of Primgar, Iowa, that is Dayton Van Beek. Starting fifth, out of Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. Starting sixth, from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 85X, that's Emmett Gonzalez. Starting seventh, from Cherokee, Iowa, that's the 9 of Macy Pogler. Starting 8th from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, the 8X, that's Corbin Tarvis. Starting 9th from Renner, South Dakota, the 100, that's Camden Keller. Starting 10th from Des Moines, Iowa, the 05, that is Clyde Keenan. Starting 11th, the 16 out of Clear Lake, South Dakota, that's Broden Holt. And starting 12th, The 45C out of Esteline, South Dakota, that is Colin Graff. Colin Griffin, excuse me, my bad. Colin Griffin. Arnold and Brown, Ekstrom and Van Beek, Reeves and Gonzalez, Pogler, Tarvis, Keller, Keenan, Holt, and Griffin. Arbox 2 final on the way next. Arbox 2, then Arbox, then Super Heavy. So it's Arbox 2, then Arbox and Super Heavy on deck. Junior 1 Mid-America final. Arnold and Brown, Ekstrom and Van Beek, Reeves and Gonzalez, Pogler and Tarvis, Keller and Keenan, Holt and Griffin. Everybody's there but Holt. Oh, a little bit of bumping and banging, jumping that left rear a little bit, hopping up on. Arnold brings him to green. And a spinner down at the bottom of turn 2. That's Van Beek staying going, but the yellow comes out. And now Keenan spins over in turn 4. Field getting ready to go back to green. Arnold brings them back around. We're back underway. Arnold and Brown, Ekstrom, and Van Beek. Big break for Dayton Van Beek. He had spun in the infield. Thank goodness Keenan spun over in turn 4 and the yellow came out. That put Van Beek back in the mix. And now he runs third. Reeves and Gonzalez in the 4-5 spot. They lead that big pack. Got the front 3, and then that big pack led by Reeves. Hayden Arnold opening up the advantage in front on Kaylor Ekstrom and Dayton Van Beek. Now Reeves has lost the big pack and gaining on the leaders. Jackson Reeves looking to pull himself in to make this a 4-car battle at the front. Colton Brown in the 5th spot in a battle now with Tarvis. Arnold, Ekstrom, Van Beek, and here comes Reeves. Jackson Reeves trying to get into the mix. Brown runs 5th with a bit of a gap now between Tarvis. Keenan has moved into the 7th spot. Pogler running 8th. Then Gonzalez and Keller. Arnold continues to lead, has done so from the start. Ekstrom has moved into 2nd. Van Beek running 3rd. Reeves started to gain a little bit, but now has kind of seen that progress slow. Halfway home, and Arnold has led it everywhere, has led the entire way, and has now stretched it out on that battle for 2nd. And now Reeves catches that battle per second, and it's a 3-car battle for 2, 3, and 4. And now Reeves wasting no time. Around Van Beek, he's into 3rd. Just past halfway. Do the tires light up for Reeves? I don't know. We're going to find out. As he all of a sudden took a jump, caught that group, and here he comes again. Now he's into 2nd around Ekstrom. Reeves into 2nd. Arnold holds the advantage. Reeves running 2nd, Ekstrom 3rd, Van Beek 4th, and Brown now starting to close. Brown in 5th, trying to run himself into the mix in the top 5. Move over flag coming for Keller. Still about a half a straightaway out in front of Arnold, but now Reeves has caught Arnold as they head to turn 1. Reeves down to the inside, lap car there. Arnold trying to come down. They hit each other, and Reeves gets through. Arnold now back on the inside, and now Arnold's back up, and then Ekstrom drives in, and we crash him out in late out there in turn 2. The leaders were coming up on the lap car. A lot of contact. Everybody sorted it out until they got over to turn 2, and then it all broke loose.
For coming around that lap car, they split him and they all came back and filled the same hole. If you ever had a racing game, there's a chance all the time. Too far for me to see. You were kind of behind me, I think. Back him up with the lap car in the back.
You can see because now nobody's going to be fine. So it's a no harm, no foul, yellow flag.
After that, they are good.
I don't think it matters. If he's the only one that stopped out there and it wasn't intentional, I don't see how he should get his stop back. You recall which one was stopped up there? In my eyes, that's the right call.
All right, so here we go. Caution stays out.
They got the 3 that got taken out up there and spun around and got going once the yellow came out. Nobody had to start him, so he didn't really stop. He was off the track. Going with the race deal, they're lined up. How many I got?
Freebie. It's a freebie. So here we go. Back to the lineup. Nose to tail coming into 3 and 4. Out of 4, the green flag is back in the air. Reeves looking. Here he comes down to the inside on Arnold. Reeves to take Arnold. Arnold back in. Ekstrom, Van Beek. Brown in the mix now. That caution brought everybody back into play. Here comes Arnold. back to the race lead, and Reeves trying to drive his way down in. Arnold and Ekstrom running 1 and 2. Reeves right now is third, but I think Jackson is going to get sent back. The 5 to the tail. And I'm telling you what, he ain't going to go to the back easily. Oh, no, he's going to hit everybody he can on the way there. Him and Van Beek for sure. He is not done with Van Beek yet, apparently. So it's Arnold, followed by Ekstrom, Van Beek, Brown, Keenan. And Reeves settles, and now he's good. Now, that's a good enough go-kart that's not much of a field for him to try to get back through. I mean, to tell you, this kid can wheel. So that was a bit of a mistake on his part, trying to muscle his way back in without giving up too many spots. So here we go. Coming back to the green with Hayden Arnold, Kaylor Ekstrom, Dayton Van Beek, Colton Brown, Clyde Keenan, your top 5. Coming to the white flag. White flag out. Final time around. Arnold, Ekstrom, Van Beek, Brown. Reeves fought his way back to about 7th. But Hayden Arnold will make his way around to victory lane. And I'm not sure we're all done with any of the extracurriculars in that division going off to the scale. Certainly looked like that Reeves and Van Beek were still discussing the situation. So the victory lane celebration is underway for Hayden Arnold, and we get ready for the first of our wing finals. This is our Arbox 2 Mid America final, and it will line up like this. On the pole from Renner, South Dakota, the 100 of Camden Keller. To the outside from Olivia, Minnesota, that's the 10X of Daniel Landers. Row 2 on the inside from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Rosaboom. To the outside, the 7M out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota, that is Caleb Milbrett. Row number 3 on the inside from Greenville, Iowa, that's the 52E of Elise Fairchild. And to the outside from New Ulm, Minnesota, that's the 21 of Colton Horsch. Starting shotgun on the field from Winter, South Dakota, the 28, that is Anai Duffy. Keller and Landers, Rosaboom and Milbrett, Fairchild and Horsch. And Duffy. Now the back straightaway, looking to go right to the green flag. This is how it's done. Arbox coming up. Arbox final coming up. Rosaboom quickly to the inside on Keller. Keller drifted up off the start. That opened the door for Reagan Rosaboom. Here comes Keller, Fairchild, and Landers. Reagan Rosaboom back out in front. Camden Keller running third. Here comes Kayla Milbrett. Milbrett has been able to make the outside really work here on the high banks at University Plains. Look at her around the outside on Fairchild. Milbrett into third now. And the caution will come out. Colton Horsch down to the infield, bringing out the caution. Really unusual because you shouldn't be able to make the high side work.
7 behind the 52.
But field getting realigned. Rosaboom, followed by Keller. Fairchild should be in front of Milbrett. Milbrett was starting to get by Fairchild, but the caution came out. Remember, you go back to the last completed lap, so that'll put Elise back into the third spot and move Kayla back into fourth. So Kaylee will move into fourth. Here comes Fairchild. No. We tried to get... All right, now we got him. All right, 1 to go. Rosaboom, Keller, Fairchild, Milbrett, Landers. Oh, trouble for Horsch. That motor has died. And 21 has gone quiet. Horsch gets the 21 refired. Let's see if it'll stay running. Now, so now we'll get the field realigned. Keller was all the way in second, so he'll have to come all the way up in front of Fairchild. Come on, Camden. Out and around. Right up in there behind Rosaboom, and then we're good to go green. All right. Now we should be good. Everybody's still running. Down the back straightaway, Rosenboom will lead them to the green. Arbox final coming up next. Then Super Heavy. Super Heavy guys be getting ready. That Arbox final is just 3 carts, so that might be all she wrote for Colton Horsch. That's 2 or 3 times to try to get that cart to stay running, and no luck so far. Crew coming over, but tough break for Colton Horsch in the 21. Off he goes, spun out, and that killed it, then started it, and then that killed it, then started it again, and then it killed one more time, and that just ended this one for him. All right, field ready to go. Rosenboom, Keller, Fairchild, Milbrett, Landers, and Duffy. Rosenboom and Keller staying 1 and 2. Watch that side panel on the 100 of Camden Keller. He got that piece of fiberglass just a flopping. We'll see if that pops off or if he can just keep it on. No, it's gone. It's popped off, but it popped off to a point where it's off the track. So no caution, no debris caution. Rosenboom stretching the advantage. Keller still running second. Milbrett has moved into third. And I'll tell you what, Kaylee Milbrett is the only driver I've seen to get that high side and make it work for her in the wing. Watch, look at this run. Here she comes. She's working that outside on Keller. Keller able to hold her at bay for the time being. Here she comes again, making another run at him on the outside. Now she's way up. Almost too high that time. Rosenboom remains all alone out in front with a full straightaway on Keller, Milbrett, Landers. Landers now running 4th in that 10X. Off of turn number 4, halfway home for Reagan Rosenboom. Battle again for second. Miller, Keller, and Milbrett. Kaylee to the outside. Camden trying to drive her up the track, and it worked again. He just ran that line just a half a left wider, and he drove around into the loose stuff. And she falls back and has to try to run him down. Now here she comes again. Rosenboom around Fairchild. Milbrett trying to close on Keller. Both down to the bottom. But when he sees her go to the eye side, watch him. He'll slide up that track just a little bit. Here she comes again. He stays up high. This time, drives her up into the dirt. He is making sure she can't get that outside to work. He knows she can pass him, but he is going to not let it happen. No matter what. So now she'll play the other game. She'll go to the inside. Rosenboom working around Duffy. Coming up on Landers. Now Milbrett down to the inside. And she'll take Keller this time. Milbrett to the inside into second. Keller on the outside. Now he'll cross back over, down to the bottom, 2 to go. Rosenboom coming up on that battle for second. Reagan has lapped the entire field, but carts that are second and third. And they're putting on one heck of a great show. 1 to go for Rosenboom. Melbourne again, coming up on Keller. White flag. Here comes Rosaboom to the checkers and the win in Arbox 2. The battle for second and third. The only other two drivers on the lead lap, it'll be Keller and then Milbert. So Reagan Rosaboom picks up his 5th win of the weekend. That's 5. If they gave out rings, he'd start having one on his other hand. He's got so many. Mom's coming. Yeah. The announcer won. Just moved around. It's just crazy. I mean, you could see it.
What race was that?
We're playing here. Or about 2. We're about halfway through the first 10.
That was Arbox 2?
Yeah.
Johnny, that 40 just been like on a sled on rails. They were like that.
So Rosaboom, around he goes, headed for the scale. And we go to Arbox. And our Arbox final looks like this on the pole from Colton, South Dakota, be the 67 of Owen Karsrud. He won both Arbox features yesterday. 2 is outside from Greenville, Iowa, will be the 4 of Leo Fairchild. And starting in the second row from Rock Rapids, Iowa, you just saw her brother win. Here's Rayleigh Rosaboom in that 14. Karsrud, Fairchild, and Rosaboom. On deck, our Super Heavy final, then Junior Wing, Super Heavy, and then Junior Wing. Super Heavy drivers to the starting grid. Junior Wing drivers, you follow Super Heavy. Then Junior 2 and Stock Heavy. Karsrud and Fairchild side by side, well, almost side by side. Here comes Leo. Nope, we're going to try it again.
He's from helping them.
To give you $10 to drop that green flag this time.
We had him there for a minute. Yeah, Cooper's going to go green anyway, and we're off and running. Karsrud, Fairchild, Rosaboom into second. Karsrud, Rosaboom, and Fairchild running 1, 2, and 3. You know, if you're Rayleigh Rosaboom and your brother has just won 5 times this weekend, you gotta uphold the family honor just a little bit. You gotta try to at least show a little something. Karsrud stretching it out, but Rosaboom is able to hang on to second in front of Fairchild, still keeping Fairchild at bay. Super Heavy final coming up next. Now Fairchild to the inside line on Rosaboom, and Leo will finally get through and into second. Super Heavy Mid America final coming up next, and then Junior Wing, then Junior 2 and Stock Heavy, and then we head for the pro classes. Karsrud stretching out the advantage. Owen with a couple of wins yesterday in the Arbox finals, both in Arbox and Arbox Pro. Smooth and steady for the young man out of Colton, South Dakota. Carsrud with a full straightaway on Fairchild, and about the same distance back to Rosaboom. Rayleigh's about a half a lap down to the race leader. Carsrud now coming on to the front straightaway. He can see Rosaboom. He got her in the heat. Halfway home, and Carsrud coming up on Rosaboom here in Arbox. Carsrud to the outside. Around Rosaboom down the back straightaway, then tucks back into the bottom. And his lead is just about that half a lap on Fairchild. Just a little under a half a lap between Carsrud and Fairchild. Owen Carsrud looking for another win in Arbox. Fairchild now coming up on Rosaboom. Leo on the outside around Rayleigh, and he puts her a lap down, so 5 to go for Carsrud, whose lead is right at a half a lap on Fairchild and a lap and a half on Rosaboom. Carsrud can see Rosaboom again. I don't know if he's got enough laps that he can catch her. Put her down a second time, although he's closing. Rosaboom up high. Carsrud gets through. He'll lap her for a second time. Two to go for Carsrud. White flag now. White flag. Carsrud with the win. Fairchild will come home second. And Rosaboom will come home in third. So here comes Owen Carsrud around to victory lane for the third time this weekend. Super Heavy Final coming up next. Our Super Heavy Final will start like this. On the pole from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. Behind him from Springfield, Missouri, will be that 26T. That is Dylan McCord. Starting third from New Brighton, Minnesota, the 13 of Jonathan Hansen. Starting fourth out of Springfield, Missouri, that's the 51E of Zachary Evans. And starting in the 5 spot from Rapid City, South Dakota, that is the 68 of Carter Johansson. Weber, McCord, Hansen, Evans, and Johansson, Super Heavy. So Carsrud will take it around. We'll see him in the Pro Arbox final. Coming up. Right now we go to Super Heavy. And here they come. So here we go. Weber, McCord, Hansen, Evans, and Johansson. Jonathan Hansen has really controlled Super Heavy through this summer so far with the AJC Mid America Series powered by FBM. So let's see what happens here. Weber, McCord, Hansen, Evans, and Johansson. Kirk Weber out front. Here comes Evans to the inside on Jonathan Hansen. Evans into third. Hansen back to fourth. Nose to tail. Weber and McCord. Here comes Dylan McCord to the inside on Kurt Weber. McCord to the race lead. Mark, Dylan McCord, Kurt Weber. Jonathan Hansen now has worked his way back around Zachary Evans. Back up into third. Hansen did not qualify well last night in Pro Super Heavy, but came from dead last to win it anyway. So let's see if he can get back into the hunt here. Raced into a third place start. Fell back to fourth, now back up to third and closing on the race pair. McCord and Weber nose to tail. But here he comes. Hansen lurking and closing. Inside of two. Down to a cart length. Down to I'll tap you in the bumper at the halfway point. McCord, Weber, and Hansen are all nose to tail. Dylan McCord with the slight advantage over Kurt Weber and Jonathan Hansen. Hansen kind of looking. Weber thought about it. Hansen would have gone with if he had. Weber thinks about it again. This time he'll go and Hansen will come with. Weber and Hansen get through on McCord. Weber now the leader. Hansen to second, McCord third. Kurt Weber. Hansen took a look down that back straightaway off of turn two. He pulled way out to see if it was there. Nothing right away. 5 to go. Weber, Hansen, and McCord. Here comes Hansen. McCord will catch. Give him some help. Hansen through. McCord coming as well. Hansen to the lead. All three drivers have had the lead now at the front of this field. And now it's time to decide it. 2 to go. Hansen, but McCord is right there. And McCord would have draft help with Weber. Off of 4, Hansen able to hold his own. White flag, one more time around. McCord down the back straightaway, can't get there. Hansen picking up win number 5 on the weekend. And Super Heavy still belongs to Jonathan Hansen. Everybody else has got to be thinking, man, what do we got to do to get that guy? He's just so good at this class. And around he comes. He'll turn and put that side. And out he'll go. No, it's Jonathan all by himself this time. Everybody's getting ready. That's a handful of wins on the weekend for the man from New Brighton, Minnesota. That is 5. Goodness gracious. There it is. Here we go. So Hansen will fire it up and he'll drive off, but we go back to wing racing. This is our junior wing final. And it will start like this on the pole from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Rosenboom. He's already visited Victory Lane 5 times, and he and Dominic Weber gave us one of the best wing races last night I've seen ever. They were just absolutely all over each other. Clean, hard, just a tremendous run. They'll start next to each other. On the outside of that front row is the 26 from Dresser, Wisconsin. That's Dominic Weber. Row 2 from Dawson, Minnesota, the 6 of Kara Mamali. To the outside from Czech, Wisconsin, the 8X of Corbin Tarvis. Row 3, 7L, Liam Gimbel from Laverne. Outside, that's the 15, Lee Summit, Missouri. That's Colton Brown. You got Riker Lopez Beck out of Bennington, Nebraska, the 2017. Luke Krieger, Spirit Lake, Iowa, the 2K. Racing Sheehan in the 1. And Kaylee Milbrit in that 7. And here we go again. Rosenboom and Weber. Here's our junior wing final. Rosenboom got to the lead last night, and Weber was right there the whole time, but just couldn't find a way around. Rosenboom, though, opening up the advantage on Weber. Tarvis now coming right up on Weber. Mamali in the 4 spot. Mamali in the 4 spot. Here comes Tarvis on Weber. Corbin Tarvis into second around Weber. Out front, still Rosenboom, battling for second now. Tarvis and Weber. Tarvis in that blue and white 8X. Weber in that black and white 26. Weber looking inside. No, nothing there. Loses a little bit of ground at Tarvis. Mameli and Lopez back. Gimbel starting to move. Cross flags coming. We're halfway home. It's been all Reagan Rosenboom. Tarvis now alone in second. Weber back to third. Lopez back. Mameli and Gimbel. Liam Gimbel trying to move. Will slide up into fourth. Mameli comes right back inside. Rosenboom with a straightaway length advantage, and trouble for Dominic Weber. Weber coming up. I think he's looking for Tarvis. No, it was Lopez back. And the 27 will go to the tail. Riker Lopez back. Drops down, lets everybody slide by. And we'll move. We'll move over to that tail of the field. Rosenboom had a sizable advantage, but that's all gone now with a caution after Lopez Beck and Weber got together. So it's Rosenboom and Tarvis. Weber running third. Mamelli fourth, Gimbel fifth, Krieger sixth, Sheehan seventh, Milbritt eighth, and then Lopez Beck. Oh, look at a little bit of contact. Sends Gimbel up high. And the yellow comes out. Gimbel should move back up between Krieger and Mamelli. Or Mamelli, I should say. All right, there we go. All right, let's see if we can get one this time. Coming back to green. Here we come. Nose to tail. Everybody going. Rosenboom. Out in front. Tarvis, Weber. Mamelli and Krieger, your top five. Lopez back quickly up. Oh, look out. Sheehan into Gimbel. Shoots him up the track. Gimbel hangs on, tucks back in. Lopez back, trying to work forward. Back. Around Mamelli. Still Rosenboom, Tarvis and Weber. Back, coming back up. Trying to run down Weber. Rosenboom stretching the advantage. Tarvis still running second. Now they're back at each other again. Lopez Beck is caught. Weber with 2 to go. Lopez Beck to the inside on Weber. Passed him with ease. White flag in the air. Rosenboom down the back straightaway. On his way to win number 6 of the weekend. Tarvis, Beck, Mamelli, and Weber, your top 5. Rosenboom coming around, headed for victory lane. He's basically lived there the last 2 days. 4 times yesterday, twice already today. Oh, he was easy on the wing that time. He can't hit it that hard. He's hitting it so many times it might damage the wing. Oh, my goodness. He just gave it a little love tap that time. Still got his Pro Arbox 2 and his Pro Junior Wing final to go. Back in the cart he goes. Puts the steering wheel on and gets ready. Oh, it was there, it was there.
Something in her hand.
Here comes our Junior 2 Mid-America final. It'll start like this on the pole, the 11R out of Sparta, Missouri. That's Carter Roller. Starting second, the 72 out of Stanhope, Iowa. That's Henry Arnold. Starting third out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Starting fourth from Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. Starting fifth from Russell, Iowa, the 17 of Trent Peterson. Starting sixth, the 71 out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. That's James Mockert. Starting seventh from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting eighth from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07, that's Robbie Perino. Starting ninth from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G, that's Grayson Redleaf. Starting 10th from Portland, Missouri, the 35, that is Blaine Kindle. Starting 11th from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63, that is Bentley Conkelman. Starting 12th from Lake Crystal, Minnesota, that's the 16 of Braylon Manderfield. And starting 13th from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgren. Junior 2 final. So single file they come down the back straightaway. We'll be looking for the green flag this time. Roller, Arnold, Brown, Finnegan, Peterson going green. Little bit of contact up front. Arnold to the inside on Roller. Brown coming with. Finnegan coming as well. Roller staying right there, looking for a hole. He's going to get tucked back in, and back to the lead he comes. He found the hole behind Arnold, got in it, and got back to the front. Here comes Brown with Finnegan around Arnold into second and third. Peterson coming as well. Trent Peterson behind Arnold, trying to find a way around. Carter Roller and Carter Brown opening it up just a little bit. Now Peterson with a little bit of help from Kindle and Wolfgren. Look out, here comes the ace all the way from the back end. Wolfgren started 13th and he's working on the top 5. Sitting there in 6th now. Roller and Brown still nose to tail. Finnegan running third, but here comes company. Kendall in fourth, Peterson in fifth, Wolfgren in sixth, all right there. Finnegan a little wide, that'll roll. Kendall through and into third. Kendall gets through, Peterson gonna get through. Wolfgren not yet. Arnold now. Out front, Roller and Brown just kind of follow the leader while everybody moving around in the back. Kendall runs third, Peterson fourth, Arnold fifth, Wolfgren in sixth, Conkelman and Mockert. Now Brown to the inside on Roller. Carter Brown to the race lead. Roller coming back on the inside, says, okay, you can lead it for half a lap and I'll take it back. So Brown leads it through 1 and 2, and then Roller takes it back through 3 and 4, and now he's back out front. Kendall all alone in the third spot. as we come to 5 to go this time by. 5 to go. Conkelman off the side of turn 4, and that'll bring out a caution with 5 to go. So the tire comes off of the 63 of Bentley Conkelman. And that left rear will need a little bit of work. Another highlight video. So that'll bunch the field up as we go back to what will be green with 5 to go, I believe. They had gotten the 5 to go, but then that lap did not get completed, I don't believe. So either 5 or 4 to go. Single file. Coming back to the green. Here we come, off of 4. Green flag is back in the air. Roller Brown, Kendall, Peterson. Margaret to them way up high. Off of turn 2. Brown out of the group as well with 5 to go. Kendall gets through. Brown back in on him. Kendall trying to hang in there. Going to tuck in behind Brown. And the caution will come out. Anderson down at the bottom of turn 4, just off the corner. So Jaden Anderson will come back. Roller and Brown, Kendall, Peterson. So it's Carter Roller, Carter Brown, Blaine Kendall, Ace Wolfgren, Riley Finnegan, and now looks like it's Manderfield. Well, now we'll stop them and we'll figure out the lineup from there. Carter, Brown, Kindle. 1, 2, and 3. Peterson, Wolfgren, Finnegan, Redleaf, Manderfield, Perino, Arnold, Mogert, and Anderson. Coming back to the green. Side by side down the back straightaway. Carter Brown way out high. That allowed Peterson to get through. Kendall went up there as well. Brown trying to find that momentum. Swing out high, drop in low. Maybe he can get it covered. Roller won't let him through. He'll drive him into the left and save it. Roller saves it, but Brown drove him into the left and turned him. Carter Brown coming to 2 to go. Manderfield now up behind Brown. Peterson, Wolfgren, Redleaf. White flag will be in the air. Down the back straightaway. Double checkers for Carter Brown. You win them how you can win them. Brown.
I don't think it is.
That's a roadblock flag. That dude drove that guy off the block. That's a BS. So Carter Brown picks up the win in Junior 2. Last of our Mid-America finals, our stock heavy. On the pole will be Gable Tunick out of Grimes, Iowa in the 15. Starting second, Jonathan Hansen from New Brighton. Starting third will be Jackson Clark out of Alexandria in the 1. Jake Robb from Nicollet, Minnesota in the 96 will start fourth. Declan Whitney, Ham Lake, Minnesota will start fifth. Mark Jacobson from Lennox will start in the 6th spot, and that 327. Reese Whitney from Ham Lake in the 5 will start 7th. Gavin Gregory from Laverne in the 4 will start 8th. Eddie Brose from Mitchellville, Iowa will start 19th. With the 19th will start 9. Max Pogler out of Cherokee in the 9 will start 10th. Reagan Skolton from Cedar Falls in the 9S is 11th. Corey Wolf from La Crosse in the 16 is 12th. Kirk Weber from Newton, Iowa in the 777 is 13th. Jacob Krug from Plattsmouth, Nebraska in the 211, 14th. Tanner Lowry, Opala, Missouri in the 28T, 15th. Stevie Smith out of Des Moines in the 41 starts 16th. Zach Evans out of Springfield, Missouri in the 51E is 17th. Tyler Alt, New Richmond, Wisconsin in the 30th is 18th. Richard Norby from Sioux City, Iowa in the 43 is 19th. Michael Payton out of Renner, South Dakota in the 99 is 20th. Carter Johansson out of Rapid City in the 68 is 21st. Then Kyle Manderfeld, Max Keller, and Dylan McCord. Tunick out to the early advantage. Followed by Hansen. Whitney coming to the inside. Declan Whitney in that 6. Moving into 3rd. Around Clark. Reese Whitney in the 5 spot. Gavin Gregory working on 6th with Eddie Brose. Reagan Skolton moving in there as well. First 8 carts are all nose to tail. Tunick, Hansen, Whitney. Caution coming out. Pro Arbox final coming up next, then Pro Junior 1. Pro Arbox final coming up next, then Pro Junior 1, then Pro Arbox 2. Pro Arbox 1 coming up next, then Pro Junior 1, then Pro Arbox 2. Field will, looks like we'll go maybe green next time. Nope, not yet. Pro Arbox coming up next. Then Pro Junior 1 and Pro Arbox 2. Back to green. Here we come. Off the restart. Tunic trying to hold Hansen at bay. He will. Jonathan couldn't get enough of a nose in there to make the pass. Gregory coming to the bottom, but we're going caution again. Wolf. So the caution will come out again. Corey Wolf to the back in the 16. Checking the lineup. Make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be. Wolf to the tail in the 16. All right, looks like we might get the roll green this time. Maybe we're going back to green. Yep, here we go. Going green next time around. Tunic and Hansen, Whitney, Clark, and Whitney. Declan and Reese Whitney right now running third and fifth. Down the back straightaway, here they come. Tunic, lead them to the green. A lot of contact as everybody jockeys for position, but everybody stays home. Skolden gets shuffled back about 4 or 5 spots. Reese Whitney trying to run that low line. Gregory up over the back, going to give up a spot. Bros gets through. A lot of contact. Everybody's still going. The caution comes out again. Norby. And Norby coming off. And that's Peyton in the 99. Reminder, drivers and crews, as we move to the back half of our main events, starting with our Pro Arbox final. Once you have completed your final event, make sure you're taking your transponders back to registration where you got them. Once you have come off the track for the final time, make sure those transponders are going back to registration. The quicker you do that, the quicker everybody gets Tunick, Hanson, Whitney, Clark, Ambrose. All right, apparently we're good to go if they get single file. Still trying to sort out apparently where Jacob Krug goes and Reese Whitney. Oh, here we go. Roll green flag comes out. Let's see whether or not. Now Krug's going to pull way up. No, this isn't even close. All right, I believe we're going to have to stop him and then line him up. Tunick, Hanson, Whitney, Clark, and Brose. That's your top five. Then Reese Whitney, Gavin Gregory, Jacob Krug. Moving forward, but half the field's still waiting to be realigned. So I think this is just a temporary, because the leaders will be all the way back around to the back of the field before we get the back half. So here we come. Roll green flag, we're looking to go green. Long single file line down the back straightaway led by Grimes, Iowa's Gable Tunick. He started on the pole, he's led the entire way. Here we go, we'll try green again. We are green. Green flag is back in the air. Tunick and Hanson, Jonathan to the bottom. Tunick trying to hang on, but he won't be able to. Hanson gets there. Tunick tucks right back in. Rose working his way into third. Here jumps Tunick back to the race lead. Rose running third. Gregory up to fourth. Whitney runs fifth, then Clark. Gable Tunick got in front of Eddie Brose. Here jumps Brose to the inside. Brose to the race lead. Tunick back down. Tunick tucks back in second. Here jumps Gregory with Whitney. Gregory and Whitney into third and fourth. Kurt Weber now starting to move. Weber in the 777, working his way into fifth, around Clark. Groh is still your leader, followed by Tunick, Gregory, and Whitney. Kurt Weber now fifth, Jonathan Hansen sixth, Jackson Clark is seventh. And a caution will come out. Last of our Mid-America finals, we go to the Pro divisions. Up next, starting with Pro Arbox, then Pro Junior 1, then Pro Arbox 2, and then Pro Stock Heavy. Vanderbilt's 12 ended up down in the infield grass. And another card off the outside, out by the fence. It almost looks like Michael Payton's 99. Looks like that is Michael Payton's 99 heading off. He and Manderfeld must have been involved in that caution. Saw Manderfeld down on the inside, but Payton was off the top, and now the field comes around. Flag is out. We'll try to get the restart this time. 10 laps down, 15 laps to go. Off of 4, Rose, Green. Rose, Tunick, Gregory. Whitney and Weber. Clark, Hansen, Whitney, David Smith, and Reagan Skolten, your top 10. Halfway home to 25 here in Stock Heavy. It's Eddie Brose. Now Gavin Gregory up to second. Tunick running third. Whitney fourth. Clark fifth. Reese Whitney in the sixth spot. some of the cart lengths on Gregory. Tuning, Declan, Whitney, Jackson, Clark. That's your top 5. They pulled away from Reese Whitney, who leads that next group with Jonathan Hanson and Reagan Stolt. Whitney now closing on Tunick. 2 of them. Maybe we'll be able to reel in Gregory. And then the 3 of them may be able to reel in Rose. Rose, Gregory, Tunick, and Whitney. Gregory, Tunick, and Whitney are all right there on a cart length apart. Coming to 5 to go. 5 to go in any row. Gavin Gregory, Gable Tunick. Now things starting to heat up. We're getting tight at the front. Gregory pulls up on Rose. Tunick up on Gregory. Front 3 are nose to tail. It'll be 2 to go when they get here this time. 2 to go. Rose, Gregory, Tunick, and Whitney. White flag will be in the air. Rose and Gregory. Gregory to the inside. Drives over the display. Rose able to hold him off. Gregory still coming. Eddie Rose gonna win it. Rose took out Gregory. Gavin somehow able to hang on as he drove over the displays down through 1 and 2. But that's all just racing. A reminder, drivers and crews, if you're done with your racing program for today, transponders go to the tech shed. My bad. Apparently we moved the transponder return to tech, not where you picked them up. So they're at the tech shed if you're all done. We still got quite a ways to go with a whole half of our main events left. So I'm sure folks aren't quite done yet, but just start thinking about it. When you're all done, transponders go back to tech. Transponders go to tech. Arbox Pro coming up next. Our Arbox Pro final. Our 3-cart finale coming up. Looks like Rayleigh has decided to try Reagan's Arbox. No, yeah, no, she's not going to go. Pro Arbox final. Scheduled for 3 carts. 67 of Owen Carsrud from Colton, South Dakota, alongside of the 4 of Leo Fairchild from Greenville, Iowa, and then the 14 of Rayleigh Rosaboom, but I see her sitting in the 40, but I don't see the helmet on, or nope. Apparently it's going to be no good. So it's a 2-cart race. All right, so it'll be Carsrud and Fairchild. Pro Junior 1 final coming up next. Pro Junior 1 to the staging area as we go green in our Arbox Pro. Carsrud and Fairchild running 1 and 2. A no-go for Rayleigh Rosenboom, and that looked like they were going to put her in Reagan's cart, but that apparently didn't work. So Pro Junior 1 final coming up next. Pro Junior 1s to the staging. Carsrud opening up just a bit of an advantage now. He's won Arbox and Arbox Pro yesterday. Already has won Arbox this afternoon and trying to make it a clean sweep of the Saturday-Sunday program. Carsrud maintains the advantage. Now just about a half a straightaway on Fairchild. Remember, drivers and crews, when you've raced your last race, transponders go back to tech. Transponders go back to tech. You'll pick up your license or credit card or whatever it was that you left us as collateral in tech, over at the tech shed. Carsrud continues to stretch the advantage on Fairchild. Carsrud coming to what will be 5 to go this time by. 5 to go for Owen Carsrud as he looks to sweep the Saturday and Sunday Arbox competition. Won both Arbox and Arbox Pro yesterday, and has already put the Arbox title there. Looking for Pro Arbox here. It'll be 2 to go next time by for Carsrud. Carsrud with 2 to go and a half a lap lead. White flag coming for Carsrud. 1 to go for Owen Carsrud. Now the back straightaway comes. Checkered flags will wave. Carsrud sweeps Arbox this weekend, winning both Arbox and Pro Arbox. Carsrud into victory lane for the 4th time this weekend. And we get ready for Pro Junior 1. Pro Junior 1 final coming up next, then Pro Arbox 2, and then Pro Stock Heavy. Pro Junior 1 feature coming up next. And it will start like this. On the pole from Primgar, Iowa, it's the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. To the behind him, the 15 from Lee Summit, Missouri. That's Colton Brown. Starting third from Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. Starting fourth from Fairmont, Minnesota, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting fifth from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32. That's Hayden Arnold. Starting sixth from Chetek, Wisconsin, the 8X. That's Corbin Tarvis. Starting seventh from Cherokee, Iowa, the number 9 of Macy Pogler. Starting in the 8th spot from Des Moines, Iowa, the 05 of Clyde Keenan. Starting 9th from Chetek, Wisconsin, the 85X of Emmett Gonzalez. 9 drivers. 15 laps, I believe. Pro Arbox 2 up next, then Pro Stock Heavy and Pro Junior Wing. Pro Arbox 2 coming up next. Then Pro Stock Heavy and Pro Junior Wing. Now to just a handful of main events left prior to our AJC championships. All right, let's fire this thing up and go green. We do. Green flag waves. Arnold quickly to the inside, but then settles back. Van Beek in front of Brown. Reeves down to the bottom. Reeves up into Brown. And everybody stays going. Now Reeves down into Ekstrom. But Ekstrom gets through. A lot of contact, allowing Dayton Van Beek to drive away at the front of this race as everybody beats and bangs for second. Arnold in the 2 spot. Tarvis third, Brown fourth. Reeves runs fifth. Keenan in the 6th spot. And then Ekstrom. Now Ekstrom in front of Keenan. Field kind of spreading out and settling in a little bit. Now Brown to the inside on Tarvis. That's for third. Here comes Reeves into Tarvis as well. And by for 4. Tarvis back to 5th. Halfway home. Halfway home. It's been Dayton Van Beek. Van Beek started out front. He got clear of all the carnage behind him. None of that resulted in a yellow, by the way. Just a lot of contact slowed that group down, and he's been able to take advantage of it by almost a straightaway. Arnold now in front of Brown and Reeves. That's the battle for 2, 3, and 4. Coming to 5 to go, and Van Beek all by himself. Arnold, Brown, and Reeves trying to settle 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Brown to the inside. Arnold drifts out wide. That'll open it up for Brown. Reeves can't get through. Arnold tucks back in. Brown into 2nd. Arnold back to 3rd. Reeves still 4th. Now Reeves looking to come to the inside. Stuck his nose in. Moved Arnold. Can't quite clear him. Still trying. Still trying. Finally clears him. 2 to go now for Van Beek. White flag coming. Dayton Van Beek. 1 to go. Colton Brown, second. Jackson Reeves, third. Checkers for Dayton Van Beek. Followed by Brown, Reeves, Arnold, Ekstrom, and Tarvis. Van Beek started out front and took advantage. A lot of jumbling there. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they all kind of were battling for that spot. Here comes the crew. Van Beek, your winner in Pro Junior 1. Arbox Pro 2. Arbox Pro 2. So the Victory Lane celebration is underway, and we get ready for Arbox, our Pro Arbox 2 final. And it will start like this on the pole from Rock Rapids, Iowa, is the 40 of Reagan Rosenboom. To the outside from Eagle Bend, Minnesota, that's the 7M of Kaylee Milbrett. Row number 2 inside, that's the 21 out of New Ulm, Minnesota, of Colton Horsch. To the outside, from Greenville, Iowa, the 52E, that's Elise Fairchild. Back row on the inside, from Winter, South Dakota, the 28 of Benai Duffy. And to the outside, from Olivia, Minnesota, the 10X, that is Daniel Landers. Rosenboom, Milbrett, Horsch, Fairchild, Duffy, and Landers. Pro Arbox 2. Pro stock heavy on deck. Pro stock heavy on deck. As soon as those Arbox 2 drivers move out, Pro stock heavy, you're up. Pro stock heavy to the starting grid. Pro stock heavy. Well, if anybody's going to like being on the outside in this double file start, it's going to be Kaylee Milbrett. She's been able to make that outside work most of the weekend. But Rosenboom has been ridiculously good. 6 wins already this weekend, 2 today, and working on a 7th here. Milbrett tucks in front of Horsch. Rosenboom and Milbrett running 1 and 2. Fairchild looking at Horsch. Landers has moved into the 5 spot in that 10X, and Daniel's now going to work on Fairchild. First year for Landers up in Arbox 2, was an Arbox runner last year. Makes the move to Arbox 2. And you know that first year you're going to that new class, things are a little more difficult. Landers now around Fairchild. He's into 4th. Rosenboom starting to stretch it out on Milbrett. Milbrett with a sizable advantage on Horsch. Full straightaway, just about a full straightaway to Horsch, and then about that same distance back to Landers, who leads that group of 3 with Fairchild and Duffy. Pro stock heavy to the starting grid. Pro stock heavy to the starting grid. We're halfway home and it's all Reagan Rosenboom. Kaylee Milbrett runs 2nd. Colton Horsch is 3rd. Daniel Landers is 4th. Duffy runs 5th, and we're going to get a little battle. Oh, look out. Duffy clipped the disc plates down to the bottom and went sliding up. And Fairchild really had no place to go, so around she went. So now Duffy to the tail. And the field is ready to go. Back to green. Rosaboom, Milbrett, Horsch, Landers, Fairchild. Oh, look out, Horsch to the infield and backs up the track right in front of our camera over there in turn one. So Horsch will move around to the back now. That'll move Daniel Landers up to third. Still Rosaboom and Milbrett, Landers, Fairchild, Duffy, and Horsch. All right, we should be able to go green next time by. 7 laps down on our way to 15, I believe. Pro Stock Heavy coming up next. Pro Stock Heavy. That grid's sitting there empty. There's like 20-some entries. Come on, guys. Pro Stock Heavy. Rosaboom and Milbrett. Running 1 and 2. Milbrett has stayed as close as anybody to Rosaboom this afternoon. The young lady out of Eagle Bend, Minnesota has really driven that 7M beautifully. She's a couple of kart lengths back of Rosaboom, who has just had one of those kind of weekends. 5 to go. Rosaboom still in control. Milbrett within a few kart lengths. Then back a half a straightaway to Landers. Landers with another half a straightaway back to Fairchild. Horsch now trying to go on Fairchild. Horsch moving into 4. Colton Horsch on the move. Reagan Rosaboom out in front. Looking for win number 7 on the weekend with one more. Rosaboom and Milbrett. Landers and Horsch. White flag for Rosaboom. Horsch now trying to run down Landers. Horsch trying to close the gap on Daniel Landers. Landers trying to hang on. Rosaboom to the checkers and win number 7. Milbrett home second. Here's the battle for third. It'll go to Landers. He hangs on. Just holds off Horsch for third. Colton coming hard and fast. He needed one more lap, and he might have been able to get that 3 spot, but Landers hangs on and back to Victory Lane where he lives now. He's filing a change of address with the Postal Service, and his address is now going to be Victory Lane. 7 times this weekend. Oh, we're going to turn him around. We want to, our good folks from the Triple View Cafe over there by Little Rock, Iowa, sponsors on Reagan's car, along with, obviously, Grandpa's business, Rosie's Raceland. So Rosaboom again. Out he'll come. There he is. Around, makes the step. He's got this thing down. Oh yeah, he's tapping that wing less and less every time. I mean, he's only beaten it 7 times this weekend. He can't beat it too much. It'll dent, then it'll throw off the aerodynamics on the wing. Not really, probably, but oh my goodness. What a week. I mean, if you're going to have a weekend, that's the kind of weekend to have right there. I mean, you just go out, you set fast time, you win heat races, you win feature after feature after feature. to start now. Are you calling Dad and telling him, yeah, he won again. Yeah, he won again. Yeah, he won again. I can't wait to talk to Grandpa about this and see what Grandpa Randy thinks about his grandson and how. Man, oh man. All right, here we go. Pro Stock Heavy. We'll give you the lineup while everybody else still sort of gets set down and gets in place. Leading him to the green will be the 19 out of Mitchellville, Iowa. That's Eddie Brose. Starting second from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5 of Reese Whitney. Starting third from Laverne, Minnesota, the 4 of Gavin Gregory. Starting fourth from Alexandria, Minnesota, the 1 of Jackson Clark. Starting fifth from Dalton City, Illinois, the 98 of Logan Webb. Starting sixth, the 13 out of New Brighton, Minnesota, that's Jonathan Hansen. Starting seventh from Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 9S, that's Reagan Skolton. Starting eighth from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 96 of Jake Robb. Starting ninth from Mankato, Minnesota, the 12 of Kyle Manderfield. Starting 10th from O'Fallon, Missouri, the 28T of Tanner Lowry. Starting 11th from Springfield, Missouri, the 26T of Dylan McCord. Starting 12th from Grimes, Iowa, the 15 of Gable Tunick. Starting 13th from Newton, Iowa, the 777 of Kirk Weber. Starting 14th from Aberdeen, South Dakota, the 119 of Landon Schott. Starting 15th from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the 211 of Jacob Trugg. Starting 16th from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 6 of Declan Whitney. Starting 17th from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 30 of Tyler Alton. Starting 18th from Sioux City, Iowa, the 43 of Richard Norby. Starting 19th from Cherokee, Iowa, the 9 of Max Pogler. Starting 20th from La Crosse, Wisconsin, the 16 of Corey Wolf. Starting 21st from Lenox, South Dakota, the 327 of Mark Jacobson. Starting 22nd, the 41 out of Des Moines, Iowa, that's Stevie Smith. Starting 23rd from Springfield, Missouri, the 51E of Zachary Evans. Starting 24th from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68 of Connor Johansson. 24 drivers for 20 laps, it says. Pro Stock Heavy. On deck, it's Pro Junior Wing. Pro Junior Wing coming up next. Pro Junior Wing to the starting grid. Pro Junior Wing. Remember, drivers and crews, when you're all done for today, transponders go back to the tech building. When you're all done, transponders to the tech building, and we're off and running green, green, green in Pro Stock Heavy. Brose, Whitney, Gregory, Webb way up high in the 96, 98. Clark and Hansen, Skolton coming hard. Here comes Reese Whitney to the race lead. Brose gets back in second in front of Gregory. Now Gregory to the inside. Gregory inside. Up on Reese Whitney. Gregory now to the inside of the race lead. Gregory, Whitney, and Clark now 1, 2, and 3. Skolton runs 4. Jonathan Hansen to the 5 spot. Then Rob, Tunick, and Brose. Gavin Gregory. Reese Whitney. Here comes Reagan Skolton. Skolton to the inside on Whitney. That's the battle for third. Reagan going to clear it into 3. Skolton into third. Gregory, Whitney, and Skolton now 1, 2, and 3. Clark runs 4. Jonathan Hansen runs 5th. Here comes Gable Tunick, started 12th. He's halfway to the front. He's in 6th. Through. That'll let Brose get through. Still Gavin Gregory with a half a straightaway. Now the battle is for second, and look at this battle. Skolton, Hansen, Whitney, and Krug trying to make it a 4-car battle as he runs 5th. 5 to go for Gregory. Skolton, Hanson, Whitney, and Krug. That's your battle. Gregory all alone, but the battle for second is crazy good. Skolden started in 7th. Here comes Krug, started in 15th. He's 4th. Two to go now for Gregory. Krug coming on Hanson. Krug is 3rd. White flag for Gregory. Skolden and Krug battling for second. Krug to the inside. He'll come from 15th to 2nd. Gregory wins it. Krug home 2nd. Skolden home 3rd. Hanson and Whitney. What a run for Jacob Krug. From 15th starting spot home to 2nd. Oh my goodness. Here comes Mom and Dad. The whole gang coming. Woo! How about that one? Why is he giving all you that credit, Cole? I don't understand. Why is he giving you all that credit? Oh my goodness, what a run in Pro Stock Heavy. Gregory got to the front, and when he got out front, well, forget about that, but the race for second, my goodness. Jacob Krug from 15th comes all the way home to run second. Reagan Skolden winds up in 3rd. Well, here we go. The race for 8 is there we go. He's too tired to smile. He run 6,000 laps this weekend, so he hasn't got a smile left. All right, Pro Junior Wing Final coming up. Gregory starts and off he goes. He'll head for Stale and post-race tech. And we have the Pro Junior Wing Final. 8 drivers scheduled. On the pole from Rock Rapids, Iowa, the 40 of Reagan Roseboom. To his outside from Dresser, Wisconsin, the 26 of Dominic Weber. This race last night was a dandy between these two. They were spectacular. I mean, it was clean, hard fought, going at each other left and right. And Roseboom picked it off. Row number 2 on the inside, the 7L out of Laverne, that's Liam Kimball. To the outside from Chautauqua, Wisconsin, that's Corbin Tarbus in the 8X. Row number 3 inside, Eagle Bend, Minnesota, the 7M of Kaylee Milburn. Outside, Bennington, Nebraska, the 27D of Riker Lopez Beck. Back row inside, the 2K out of Spirit Lake, that's Luke Krieger. And alongside of Krieger, from Gettysburg, South Dakota, that's the 1 of Rayshawn Sheehan. Green flag waves. Down into 1, Weber on the outside. Weber to the lead. Roseboom running second. Tarvis runs 3rd. Kimball runs 4th. Lopez Beck in the 5 front. Here comes Roseboom. Roseboom for the lead. Reagan Roseboom back up front, but Weber's not going anywhere. Now it might get interesting. Here comes Riker Lopez Beck. Bang! Into the fence. Coming around to check on Corbin Tarbus in the Tri-City Construction Pro Powder 8X. Apparently he's all right. He's lost bent that rear bumper in, lost that sort of sprint car bumper at the back. Must not have one on that kart. So man, I hope you guys get home and watch this video from our friends at MBTV Sports. Good Lord, they have really nailed it this weekend. They have gotten every kind of crash and replay. Happy to be a part of their broadcast. All right, we're back at it again, but this might be a 3-car because Lopez Beck has been very fast. He got into Tarbus that time and moved Corbin up. So here we go. Rosabu, Weber, and Beck. 1, 2, and 3. Lopez back to the inside on Weber. Lopez back into second. Weber back to third. Gimbel slides back. Rosaboom and Lopez back. Weber and Krieger. Pro Junior 2 coming up next, and then Pro Super Heavy. Pro Junior 2 and then Pro Super Heavy before our mandatory break in the 3 AJC finals. Oh, sure. Rosabu maintains the advantage, but it's a slim one over Riker Lopez Beck. The young Nebraska driver really riding him hard. Same kind of battle we saw last night between Rosaboom and Weber. Today it's between Rosaboom and Lopez Beck. Halfway home. Rosaboom, Beck, Weber, Krieger. Krieger trying to get around Weber. That would be for third. Luke Krieger with a good run. Down the back straightaway, still Rosaboom by 3 or 4 kart lengths on Riker Lopez Beck. Off of turn number 4. Rosaboom still your leader. Followed by Lopez Beck. Weber runs third. Krieger 4. Tarbus has now worked his way back into the top 5, but now Gimbel the challenge. Gimbel to the inside on Tarbus, and Liam Gimbel now to 5th. We got 2 to go. Rosaboom. Lopez Beck. 2 to go. Weber running third. Krieger 4th. White flag. One more lap. Rosaboom off of 4. He's 8 for 8. Rosaboom picks up his 8th win in 2 days. Lopez back home second, Weber home third, then Krieger and Gimbel. I don't know what else to say. I mean, every time victory, I got nothing left. The mailing address has changed. The good news is he can beat the daylights out of the wing now because we'll worry about it next time. Yeah, Mom's had enough of this. I love Victory Lane, but man, that's a long walk from the grid. And then I still have to start the cart, and yeah. Oh my gosh. One for Mom. There we go. Is he going to whack it this time or just, oh yeah, double fisted on it. There we go. Pounding that wing a little bit. It's all done. It's done its work for the weekend. And boy, oh boy, was it good. the Rosie's Raceland Triple View Drive-In Frontier Bank 40 out of Rock Rapids, Iowa. An 8-time winner this weekend. 8 times. He didn't just get to victory lane a couple of times. He got to victory lane 8 consecutive times. Oh my gosh, what a run. You know what I'd do right now? Hey, Ma. I would call Dad at the sprint over at Huset's. I'd call Dad and say, oh man, we tore it up. I mean, we ruined the cart. It was terrible. We wrecked it bad. And then tell him April Fools or something like, even though it's almost June. Oh my goodness. What a weekend for young Reagan Rosaboo.
I mean, I've seen 2 or 3, but, you know, 8. 8 times. He won Arbox, Mid America, and Junior Wing. He won Pro Arbox 2 and Pro Junior Wing yesterday and today. 8 straight. I can't remember if he won on Friday night because that was early Saturday morning, but he might have won 9 times.
So here we go with our Pro Junior 2 final. 13 drivers scheduled. Carter Roller, Sparta, Missouri in the 11R on the pole. Starting second, the 3 out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota, that's Carter Brown. Starting third, the 71 out of Grand Forks, North Dakota, that's James Mockert. Starting fourth from Russell, Iowa, the 17 of Trenton Peterson. Starting fifth, out of Portland, Missouri, the 35 of Blaine Kindle. Starting sixth, Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting seventh, Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redley. Starting eighth, Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgram. Starting ninth, Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Starting 10th, Stanhope, Iowa, the 72 of Henry Arnold. Starting 11th, Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32 of Riley Finnegan. Starting 12th, Lake Crystal, Minnesota, the 16 of Braylon Manderfield. And starting 13th, the 63 out of Harrisburg, South Dakota, that's Bentley Konkelman. Final call on Pro Super Heavy. Final call on Pro Super Heavy. Last of our main events before we go to the break. Here we come, off of 4. Green flag is in the air. Roller and Brown. Little bit of movement in the back. Peterson moving up. Anderson coming. Wolfgram coming as well. Jaden Anderson moving into that 4 spot in that 81. Wolfgren into 5th. Perino up to 6th. Still Carter and Carter. But Trent Peterson's in the mix in that 17. Russell, Iowa driver in that 17. Trenton Peterson trying to make something happen here. We've seen Roller and Brown. Oh, look out. Konkelman lost a tire. Slowly rolling. Whoa, get everybody slowed down. Get them whoa down, whoa down, whoa down. Down to the bottom we go. There we go. Everybody. So the left rear comes off with a 63 of Bentley Konkelman. Here comes the cart trailer. All right, everybody gets through. Bentley 63 is loaded. And off he goes. So the field will get lined up. Carter Roller and Carter Brown, 1 and 2. All right, here we go. Back to green. Off the start. Brown in. Slides inside on. Here comes Peterson. Peterson hanging on for second. Carter Brown. Brown now taking advantage. Anderson all the way to the inside, 3 wide. Now they settle down to 2. Peterson up into Roller. That certainly looked like Trenton Peterson turned the 17 up into the 11R, but I don't know. Used to be pretty sure of what the call was, but kind of lost a little bit of that this weekend. Well, 17 is clearly going to the back. Peterson. All right, here we go. All right, so Peterson to the tail after he made contact with Roller and sent Carter spinning. So it'll be Brown and Roller, Anderson, Wolfgren, I believe. No, maybe not. No, it'll be, okay. Yes, it'll be Perino. Wow. That lineup looks interesting. Brown and Roller, Anderson, Perino, Mockert, Wolfgren, Redleaf, Kindle, Arnold, Finnegan, Manderfield, and then, of course, Peterson, who brought out the caution. So here we go, nose to tail. If you're watching on MBTV, you probably will have a different result as to who might have gone to the back out of that one. I'll just let you watch it for yourself and figure it out. I don't have any idea. Yep, everybody has an opinion. Oh, Redleaf gets spun to the top, so that'll wave off that start. Redleaf will come back around to where he should be in the lineup. Right there, I believe. No, maybe a little bit further. Right in. All right, Field's going to get the one to go again. Redleaf pulls in behind Wolfgren and in front of Kindle. Pro Super Heavy up next, last of our regular features. Pro Super Heavy up next. Then we're headed for the break. And then our... So here we go. Out in front, Brown. Here comes Anderson. Anderson to the inside on Roller. Wolfgren trying to get inside on Perino. Going to bring Redleaf along with. Brown out in front. Anderson and Roller. Wolfgren and Perino. Carter Brown leading Jaden Anderson. Anderson started in 6th, now running 2nd, now running up front. Anderson to the race lead. Here comes Roller. Anderson trying to drive down. No, won't be able to fight him off. Roller back to the front. Brown now back to the lead. Wolfgren into second. Carino running in third. Anderson and Roller. Meanwhile, up front, Connor Brown, Ace Wolfgren with 5 to go. 5 to go. Brown, Wolfgren. Caution coming out. Caution coming out. That is Redleaf, Grayson Redleaf, 7G, ended up on the infield down there. Carter Brown and Ace Wolfgren, Robbie Perino and Jaden Anderson and Carter Roller. That's probably your top 5. Girls will make sure and line it up. Most certainly is Brown and Wolfgren. Ace has really been right there with Brown. So the field will come to a stop here at the start-finish line. We get them lined up. It's Brown, Wolfgren, Perino, Anderson, Roller, Kendall, Arnold, Manderfield, Mackert, Redleaf, and Peterson. No, Finnegan, excuse me, that's Finnegan. Riley Finnegan. Now Finnegan's moving up. Apparently he's supposed to be, he's trying to figure out, they got him running in the back, and I'm not sure that he was anywhere close to that back of the field, but okay. Redleaf, Finnegan. He's still got Finnegan in the back. Okay. So here we come. Brown and Wolfgren, Perino, Anderson, and Roller, your top 5. Finnegan's going to pull back up in front of Mockert 71, or try to get in front of Mockert 71. He'll slide in. Up a 4. Green flag is back in the air. Brown and Wolfgren into 1. Up high goes Roller. Anderson coming inside on Perino up into 3rd. Still Brown and Wolfgren. Brown and Wolfgren coming to what will be 2 to go. Wolfgren coming to the inside. No. Brown able to hold him on. Wolfgren still there though. Down the back straightaway. Brown drops the line a little bit. Wolfgren's right there. Wolfgren inside. No. Brown will win it. And the yellow comes out, so forget that. I'm guessing that the caution may have come out 3 laps ago, but no one actually waved a yellow flag. And so we'll try it again. I'm not sure from where. Pro Super Heavy Final coming up next. Pro Super Heavy Final coming up next. Brown, Wolfgren, Anderson, Perino, Arnold, Kindle, Finnegan, Mockert, Roller, Redleaf, and Vanderfield. That's the way they run right now. We'll see if that's actually the running order so far. All right, so we move Roller up behind Arnold in front of Kindle, Finnegan, Mockert, Redleaf, and Manderfield. Field coming to the green here in Pro Junior 2. Pro Super Heavy up next, then the break, and then our 3 AJC finals, and then the break, and then our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. 4 of them. Back to green. Brown, Wolfgren, coming to the white flag here. Brown, Wolfgren, Anderson, Perino. Down the back straightaway, Wolfgren and Anderson coming. Can they get Brown? The answer is no. He wins it by about 3 inches. Brown hangs on and wins Pro Junior 2. So the last of our regular pro features coming up. Pro Super Heavy as Carter Brown celebrates Pro Junior 2. So here comes Pro Super Heavy. Jonathan Hansen will start on the pole out of New Brighton, Minnesota in that 13. Hansen, who won 4 times yesterday, or 5 times yesterday. Trying to pick up another Super Heavy. He's already gotten one. He got the regular Super Heavy earlier. Trying to pick up Pro Super Heavy here. He'll start on the pole. Starting right behind him from Springfield, Missouri, the 26T, that's Dylan McCord. Starting third, Newton I with a 777, that is Kirk Weber. Starting in the 4th spot from Rapid City, South Dakota, the 68, that is Carter Johansson. And then starting 5th, 51E out of Springfield, Missouri, should be Zachary Evans. No Evans, so 4 drivers here in Pro Super Heavy. Hansen, McCord, Weber, and Johansson.
Here we go. This is your best chance at a good show right here. 20 laps. All these guys are getting out for a break.
AJC Junior 2 Heavy will be up after the break. So AJC Junior Heavy be getting ready, coming up after the break. Dylan McCord out in front. Kirk Weber running second. Jonathan Hansen running third. Hansen running fourth. McCord, Weber, Hansen. Front three stay fairly close together. McCord has opened up just a little bit, but here comes Hansen up on Weber. Now we'll see if that draft can push the two of them right up to McCord. And here it comes. Here they come. Those two carts are faster than McCord by himself. That's the way racing is here at University Plains. That two-cart draft is always faster than a single car. Now Hansen to the inside on Weber. Hansen into second, and with the changeover, McCord able to pull away just a little bit. Though you got to be thinking that Jonathan got this cart set up just like he wants. Further the race goes along, the better it gets. And the furthest part of it now is halfway home right here. We're 10 down and 10 to go. And now we've got a two-car battle at the lead. McCord and Hansen. Hansen looking at him, coming off a board. Got him to the inside. He'll take him on lap 11. Jonathan Hansen to the race lead. McCord running second. Weber running third. Johansson running in the fourth spot. Got our brake and track prep coming up. And then our AJC Junior 2 Heavy final, followed by our AJC Junior 1. Meanwhile, up at the front here in Pro Super Heavy, McCord staying right with Hansen. McCord taking a look off of 2, settles back in. Dylan McCord trying to make Hansen earn it into the final 5. McCord stays within a car length. Down the back straightaway, Hansen opens it up just a little bit, another half a length. Then McCord runs it down in the corner. McCord closes the gap through 1 and 2. Hansen stretches the gap down the back stretch through 3 and 4. 2 to go. McCord closes the gap again through 1 and 2. And then Hansen pulls away down the back stretch through 3 and 4. White flag will be in the air. One more time around. Hansen holds the advantage. He will sweep Super Heavy on the weekend. Jonathan Hansen sweeps the weekend in Super Heavy. McCord comes by to give him the handshake, saying, nice job, what a great race between the two. Dad's going to make the come out for this one. Here comes Doug. Jonathan will turn it around, facing the pit area. His father will join him in victory lane. Like I said yesterday, highly appropriate on Memorial Day weekend. Doug, longtime military veteran. So very appropriate that Jonathan and his dad post the win. That's really the team right there. I mean, Dad and Jonathan have been doing the tires and working on it. I mean, they have really been working on it. Nope, hang on, John. Let Dad get it started. There we go. Off he goes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our mandatory break. We have 3 main events left, and then our Jody Dirty Tire Challenge. So AJC Junior Heavy drivers, at 6 p.m., we need you in the grid ready to go. That's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes. We're actually going to give you a little more time, but at 6 o'clock, we'll start the final 3 main events, our AJC Junior 2 Heavy Final, our AJC Junior 1 Heavy Final, and then our AJC Clone Heavy Final. So championship finals coming up, the last 3 of the day, starting in 10 minutes at 6 p.m.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
Quality Freight.
Final call on AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Final call on our AJC Junior 2 Heavy. And here's the scheduled starting lineup for that event. On the pole from Elko, New Market, Minnesota, the 3 of Carter Brown. Starting second from Portland, Missouri, the 35, that's Blaine Kindle. Starting third from Sparta, Missouri, the 11R of Carter Roller. Starting fourth from Grand Forks, North Dakota, the 71 of James Mockert. Starting fifth from Clear Lake, Minnesota, the 81 of Jaden Anderson. Starting sixth from Mount Ida, Arkansas, the 7G of Grayson Redleaf. Starting in the 7th spot from Boone, Iowa, the 78 of Ace Wolfgrim. Starting in the 8th spot, the 17 out of Russell, Iowa, that's Trenton Peterson. Starting 9th, the 16 out of Lake Crystal, Minnesota, that is Braylon Manderfield. Starting 10th from Nicollet, Minnesota, the 07 of Robbie Perino. Starting 11th in the 72 out of Stanhope, Iowa, that is Henry Arnold. Starting 12th from Osceola, Wisconsin, the 32, that is Riley Finnegan. And starting 13th from Harrisburg, South Dakota, the 63 of Bentley Cockelman. AJC Junior 2 Heavy, ready to roll. AJC Junior 1 Heavy, you're on deck. AJC Clone Heavy, you wrap things up, and then we head for the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. Reminder for folks watching on MBTV Sports that we are, at about the 6 hours? Is that what you said, man? About the 6 hour window, 6.5 hours on our Facebook Live feed. So in about 90 minutes or so, we will lose that Facebook feed and we'll have to reset and then pick it back up. Or if you're watching on YouTube, obviously you won't, no trouble there at all. You'll just be able to continue to watch and see all the action right there. But if you are following it on Facebook Live, we got about 90 minutes left before we hit the 8-hour automatic shutoff. So just keep that in mind. Reminder, we have 3 main events left and then our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. If you are not competing in any of those main events, you are all done. Make sure your transponders go back to the tech building. Tech is where the transponders will be returned. So if you're all done, if you are completely done, you haven't got another lap to run, then that transponder should be headed back to the tech building. And the sooner we get them all back, the easier it is for all of us to pack it up. All right, motors are coming to life. So let's get ready for our AJC Junior 2 Heavy Final. Says 20 today, so we'll go with 20. 20 laps the distance, and the field, as we mentioned, Brown, Kindle, Roller, Margaret Anderson, Redleaf, Wolfgren, Peterson, Manderfield, Perino, Arnold, Finnegan, and Cockelman. All right. Arnold should be up behind Finnegan and in front of Cockelman. Right. Nope. Too far. Too far. Nope. Too far. There we go. Now he's good. behind Perino, in front of Finnegan. All right, lineup's good. Let's see if we can get this thing started. Single file, here we come. Carter Brown, followed by Kendall. Green flag, waving, we're off and running. AJC Junior 2 Heavy Final. Brown slides out. Kendall to the race lead. Redleaf coming hard and fast. Redleaf trying to get there. Wolfgren coming as well. 4 wide down into 1. Everybody stayed. Nope. A little bit of a lazy spin at the top. And then 2 more down the back straightaway. Roller was on the outside of 4 wide, got up in the loose stuff, and then gave her the nice spin. And then when he spun, we got a couple of carts that got spun together. That's Manderfield and Mocker. They did get 1 lap complete, so that means Blaine Kendall out of Portland, Missouri will be your race leader. Kendall qualified second. At the front of the field, motors being refired for Mockert and Manderfield. Manderfield unable to round out. Both of them get started. Around they'll come. And we'll go. Manderfield waiting. He's headed off. Braylon Manderfield in the 16 off the speedway. He got 1 lap in this AJC Junior 2 Heavy. So it will be Kendall and Brown, Roller and Redleaf, Anderson and Wolfgren, waiting on Mocker to the 71. Here comes James. Then Peterson. Then Perino, Arnold. Perino, Arnold, Conkelman, and Finnegan. 1 down. Manderfield off the speedway. 12 drivers remain for 19 more laps. Nose to tail, here they come. Kendall lead them off of 4. Brown trying to move him. Kendall won't go. Brown sacrifices the spot. He sacrifices 2, 3, 4. He'll drop all the way out of the top 5. He'll go from 2nd to 6th. Meanwhile, up front, here comes Roller and Redleaf with Anderson. Kendall way up high, look out. He'll keep it going. Carter, Roller, and Grayson Redleaf. Wolfgren looking inside. Wolfgren in the battle with Brown. That is for third. Up front, it's Roller and Redleaf. Carter Roller and Grayson Redleaf. Running 1 and 2. Wolfkin and Brown 3 and 4. Anderson runs 5th. Perino up to 6th. Then Kockelman. Finnegan, Arnold, Mockert, Peterson, and Kindle. Roller now starting to open it up on Redleaf. Here comes Carter Brown. Look out, Kockelman's lost the same tire again. That's twice in 2 races. Two tires, 2 left rears for Bentley Kockelman in 2 consecutive races. And here comes the car trailer, and off he'll go again. Race director Jade Schott picks up the tire. So Kockelman, 63 is off. Lost the left rear. That's 2 races in a row for the young Harrisburg, South Dakota driver, where the left rear decided it did not want to go the whole 20 laps. Field will be coming back to the green flag this time. Carter Roller and Grayson Redleaf. Ace Wolfgren and Carter Brown. Jaden Anderson and Robbie Perino, and here we go. Green, green, green. Down the back straightaway, still Roller. Here comes Anderson inside on Brown. Little bit of contact by Perino. Kendall starting to move on the inside of the 35. Brown looking at Redleaf. No room to get there. Wolfgren. Anderson. Jaden Anderson up on Carter Brown. Trying to go to work now. Wolfgren to the inside of Redleaf and halfway. Halfway home. Look out. Redleaf up off the top. Hangs onto it. No caution, we stay green. Roller, Wolfgren, Anderson. Roller, Anderson, Wolfgren now. Jaden Anderson to the 2. Now Brown to 3rd. Here comes Finnegan to 4th. Arnold coming up on Wolfgren. That's for 5th. Jaden Anderson, Carter Brown. Trenton Peterson coming off in the 17. Remember, drivers and crews, as you're all done, make sure all transponders are back at tech. All transponders should be returned to the tech building. 5 to go. 15 down and 5 to go. It is Carter Roller out of Sparta, Missouri, out in front. Jaden Anderson and Carter Brown. Riley Finnegan and Ace Wolfgram. Then Henry Arnold and Robbie and Blake and Blaine Kindle. Brown to the inside on Anderson. Carter Brown into second. It'll be 2 to go now for Roller. Wolfgren looking inside on Finnegan. Wolfgren into 4th. White flag will be in the air for Carter Roller. Final time around. Roller down the back straightaway. Brown second. He won't catch him. Carter Roller to win. AJC Junior 2 Heavy. With a super excited fist pump. Still pumping his fist down the back straightaway. That is one happy young man, Carter Roller, wins it. AJC Junior 2 Heavy. A young man out of Sparta, Missouri. Here comes the crew. Everybody's hustling out to join him. What a run. Well, that was quite the run. Nicely done. Roller picks up the win in Junior 2, AJC Junior 2 Heavy. Roller will slide back in. And around he goes. Here comes our AJC Junior 1 Heavy Final, and it will start like this on the pole. From Truro, Iowa, the 5 of Jackson Reeves. To the outside, to his running second, the 15 out of Lee Summit, Missouri, that's Colton Brown. Starting third, from Stanhope, Iowa, the 32 of Hayden Arnold. Starting fourth, from Primgar, Iowa, the 12 of Dayton Van Beek. Starting fifth, from Fairmount, Minnesota, the 3 of Kaylor Ekstrom. Starting sixth, from New Richmond, Wisconsin, the 1 JMO, that's Jamison Finnegan. Starting seventh, the 7G out of Mount Ida, Arkansas. Challenge for the lead. Arnold and Van Beek. Ekstrom all get inside of Reeves. Reeves goes from first to fourth. Giving up the lead to Hayden Arnold. Arnold, Van Beek, Ekstrom, Reeves. Here comes Colton Brown. Down the back straightaway, Van Beek to the inside. He'll grab the lead. Ekstrom follows through. Reeves to the inside on Arnold up to third. Arnold back to fourth. Brown stays fifth. Dayton Van Beek, followed by Kaylor Ekstrom. Ekstrom now to the inside. Kaylor Ekstrom to the race lead. Here comes Reeves, Arnold, and Brown. Van Beek back to fifth. AJC Clone Heavy to the starting grid. Let's go, guys. I don't see anybody. We're not that far away from being done. And we're waiting on you again. Ekstrom and Reeves running 1 and 2. Brown runs third. Here comes Reeves. Reeves to the inside on Ekstrom. Ekstrom gets right back in behind him. In front of Arnold. Jackson Reeves and Kaylor Ekstrom. Nose to tail in the front. Halfway home. Halfway home. Reeves, who started. Ekstrom running second. A little bit of a gap back to the battle for third and fourth. That's Arnold and Brown. And then you've got Van Beek. Front five are kind of strung out a little bit. Here comes Ekstrom looking, tucks back in behind Reeves. AJC Clone Heavy Final coming up. I see one. That's impressive. That is very impressive. Now Ekstrom to the inside. Ekstrom back to the lead. Reeves back to second. And now here comes that 3-car draft, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Van Beek behind Brown, looking. Brown to the inside on Arnold. 5 to go. Ekstrom. Here comes Arnold inside on Brown. Van Beek coming. Now Van Beek looking to go inside on Arnold. No, he'll follow Hayden through. Front of the field, still Ekstrom and Reeves. Down the back straightaway they'll come. 2 flags will be in the air. We got 2 to go. Kaler Ekstrom. Jackson Reeves. Dayton Van Beek running 3rd now. Has gotten around Arnold and Brown. White flag coming for Ekstrom. 1 to go. Down the back straightaway. Ekstrom has got Reeves covered. He's got him. Ekstrom wins it. Kaler Ekstrom wins AJC Junior 1 Heavy. And the young man out of Fairmont coming to victory lane for the first time this weekend. He'll reach around, pull the plug, kill the... He'll reach around, pull the plug, kill the motor. Gavin Gregory and fans, Cole Sharp coming out to join. Unbelievable, man. What a run. Well, you prepped those tires just like that? Attaboy. Wow. Ekstrom picks up the win. There he is. Now we can see him. That's how that's supposed to go. That is how that is supposed to go right there. The big jump hug. All right, that brings us to our AJC Clone Heavy Final. And the lineup will look like this. On the pole, leading him to the green, will be the 96 out of Nicollet, Minnesota. That's Jake Robb. Starting second, the 19 from Mitchellville, Iowa, of Eddie Rose. Starting third, the 9S of Cedar Falls, Iowa's Reagan Skolton. Starting fourth, the 13 of New Brighton, Minnesota's Jonathan Hansen. Starting fifth, the 98 out of Dalton City, Illinois, of Logan Webb. Starting sixth, the 211 out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, that's Jacob Krug. Starting seventh, the 4 out of Laverne, Minnesota, that's Gavin Gregory. Starting eighth, from Springfield, Missouri, that's the 26T of Dylan McCord. Starting ninth, the 1 out of Alexandria, Minnesota, that's Jackson Clark. Starting 10th, the 28T out of O'Fallon, Missouri, that is Tanner Lowry. Starting 11th, from Mankato, Minnesota, that's the 12 of Kyle Manderfeld. To the starting 12th, the 6 out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, that's Declan Whitney. Starting 13th, the 30 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin, of Tyler Alton. Starting 14th, from Springfield, Missouri, the 51E of Zachary Evans. Starting 15th, the 16 out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, that's Corey Wolf. Starting 16th, from Ham Lake, Minnesota, the 5, that's Reese Whitney. Starting 17th, from Aberdeen, South Dakota, the 119 of Landon Schott. Starting 18th, the 18 of the 7 out of Marshall, Minnesota, that's Travis Miller. AJC Clone Heavy main event.
You think you're almost done. You make me giggle.
You know, we have 19 adults entered, 30 tires. That is just stupid what that is.
So every one of the 19 gets set on the grid. They gotta go race and 10 laps to qualify, and then they race the features and give it the next lap and the next thing.
So we got an hour before we start again. No, they have to make their tires, just to be sure. All right, here we go. Rob and Bros, Skolton and Hanson with Webb. That's your top 5. Krug 6, Gregory 7th, McCord, Clark, Lowry, Manderfeld. Nose to tail, Krug with a quick move on the inside. Got Gregory coming with. Gregory now to the inside on, trying to get through where Krug started. And he'll follow Krug through. Hey, Matt. Mark's headset apparently went on. Eddie Bros out in front. Jake Robb running second. Jacob Krug running third. Gavin Gregory running fourth. Reagan Skolton running fifth. Here comes Krug, inside on Rob. Krug up to second, from sixth to second. Rob back to third, Gregory into fourth. Skolton runs fifth. Skolton looking to the inside, not enough room to get Gregory. Bros by himself out front, got a 3 or 4 car length lead. Here comes Jacob Krug. Krug would love to show off that new baby in victory lane again. Been there a couple of times already this weekend. Bros holds the advantage. Krug and Rob. Skolton has now moved into fourth. Clark to fifth. Hanson to sixth. McCord to seventh. Gregory has dropped back to eighth. Halfway home, Eddie Bros out in front. Krug with Rob running second and third, but not really gaining on Bros. They don't have enough tight of a draft. They can run him down. Skolton runs fourth. Jonathan Hanson runs fifth. Now Hanson in jeopardy. Clark will get him. McCord will get him. Jackson Clark now into fifth, with Dylan McCord sixth and Jonathan Hanson seventh. Bros still front of the field. Declan Whitney coming off. Eddie Bros stretching the advantage now, pulling away. Got 5 to go and Bros in complete control here in AJC Clone Heavy. Krug runs second. Followed by Rob. Now the two with a tight draft, but they're running out of time. They're too far back to catch him. Bros coming to 2 to go. Won't be any controversy tonight. Oh, we're going to get a caution. No, maybe not. Nope, Jonathan Hansen stays driving. We stay green. White flag is out. Eddie Bros on his way. Bros will win AJC Clone Heavy on back-to-back nights. Last night, a little more controversial. No problem tonight for Bros. He dominates and picks up the win. Krog home second, followed by Rob. Eddie Bros picking up the win. Last night, a little bit more of a not so sure kind of finish, but no problem tonight for Bros. He wins it with ease. And all that remains now are the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. But we're going to have to wait a little bit for that because the adults will be first. I see 17 or 18 drivers listed for the adults, so they will have to go first. So that will guarantee us a bit of a break before we go. Finish the regular show at 6:38.
I know, we would have been done.
Right, without the Dirty Tire Challenge, we'd be going home.
Yep. Anyway, last night, that's what I was saying. I wish we would have just toughed it out last night.
Somebody's passed out. There's a lot of people over there.
Right at the bottom.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
With over 40 years of experience producing quality racing components, we're excited to unveil the Kevco Drive Shaft. Our Kevco Drive Shafts are 100% made in the USA from USA-sourced materials. We have developed our drive shafts using precision machine yokes that offer more clearance with higher strength, than any other shaft on the market. Our yokes are then zinc-plated black for long-lasting protection. All our drive shafts are meticulously hand-built and balanced on our brand-new Superior Driveline Shaft Master drive shaft machine. Every carbon fiber Kevco drive shaft comes loaded with Spicer 1310, solid-body, non-greasable universal joints for superior strength. We offer U-joints, U-bolts, slip yokes, and anything you may need for your drive shaft. Kevco has the ability to custom build any length drive shaft for any application you may need, whether it be mild steel, chromoly, aluminum, or carbon fiber. Call us today at 800-770-3557 or check us out on the web at kevcoracing.com.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
Again, a reminder, adult drivers, you are first up in the Jody's 30 Tire Challenge. You have 18 entrants, so you have the most. So the adults go first, Junior 2 will then go second, Junior 1 will then go third, and Junior Wing has the least. They only have 5, so they will go last. The adult drivers will pair up with a Junior 2 team, a Junior 1 team, and a Junior Wing team. And a reminder, drivers and crews, if you are not competing in the Jody's 30 Tire Challenge, make sure you're returning all transponders to the tech building. Again, make sure we're returning all transponders back to the tech building Only the transponders out there should be the ones on carts that are participating in the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. assuming practice slash qualify. All right, looks like our adult drivers are sort of getting things ready for the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. We have 17 or 18 adults. They'll be paired with 12, looks like 12 junior 2s, 9 junior 1s, and 5 junior wing. Remember the Dirty Tire Challenge? The teams will put the carts down, they'll go out, they'll run 10 laps. It'll be practice / qualifying. That'll set the lineup for the main event. Then there'll be another 10 minutes where the crews work on the carts, adjust the tires, change the gear, whatever. They can do anything but adjust the stagger, I believe. So, as soon as we're ready, we'll send the adult drivers out. The junior 2 drivers will wait. They'll go next. They're the next biggest class. We go with the big class first. That's our adults. Junior 2s will go second. They're our second biggest class. Junior 1s will go third. And junior wing, new addition to the Dirty Tire Challenge, will go last. They are the smallest group. Teams that come to the Speedway will all have the same tires with the same amount of laps. They will run 10 laps for qualifying / practice. They will run their main event, then they'll switch them. The junior 2s will run 10 laps for qualifying / practice, their main event, and the junior 1s will run the 10 for qualifying / practice, and then their main event, and then the junior wings will finally get them, and they'll run their 10 practice laps with qualifying determined by speed and time there, and then they will have the 10 minutes to work on it, and then they'll run their feature as well. So the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge is up next. We're starting to see some carts getting set down. It's kind of encouraging. We might be getting close here. Although I still see carts being worked on as well, so we're still probably a little bit away from those drivers that are scheduled to participate or signed up for it. Include Declan Whitney, Logan Webb, Gavin Gregory, Eddie Brose, Zachary Evans, Reagan Skolton, Kyle Manderfeld, Dylan McCord, Michael Payton, Richard Norby, Jackson Clark, Jacob Krug, Stevie Smith, Reese Whitney, Jonathan Hampson, Tyler Alton, Corey Wolf, Emily Price, and Max Keller. Well, I have a feeling that Keller is out. He has not come for any of the events down the stretch here. So here we go. Now remember, they're running practice qualifying, so they're going. So this is not only practice, but it's also qualifying. All right, we should be ready to go. Supposed to be practicing and qualifying at this time. Okay, finally practice / qualifying is underway. 10 laps or whatever. We'll watch the stopwatch, tell you who's fastest. You can too. Jonathan Reese, Jackson Clark, quickest so far, 12.375. Now Jonathan Hansen at 12.375. Whitney second quick. Now Clark back to the pole with a 12.127. Hansen now to the pole with that 12.127. Clark now to the pole at 0.42. Now Hansen at 12.005. Hansen and Clark back and forth. Gregory third, 12.152. Skolton now to third at an 0.84. Now Gregory to second with an 0.29. Gavin Gregory at 12.029. Now Clark to second with an 11.973. Norby at 9.92. Vanderbilt at 12.07. Now Skolton to second with an 11.961. Jonathan Hansen, quickest of everybody at 11.825. Now Gregory to second with an 11.858. Clark to third at 9.06. Skolton and Declan Whitney. Hansen at 11.713. Checkers are out. Jonathan Hansen, Gavin Gregory, Reese Whitney, Reagan Skolton, and Jackson Clark, your top 5. Now we'll stop them, and the 10-minute timer begins to tweak the cart. So 10 minutes to make adjustments. They can change gear, they can do so the crews will go to work. They can pretty much do anything but adjust the stagger. Jonathan Hansen by far was the fastest time. Gavin Gregory was second. Reese Whitney third. Reagan Skolton was fourth. Jackson Clark was fifth during the practice / qualifying. Then Declan Whitney and Kyle Manderfeld, Richard Norby and Stevie Smith, Tyler Alton, that's 6 through 10. There are 12 adult drivers, apparently. They'll match the juniors, so there'll be 12 juniors in Junior 2. There are only 9 in Junior 1 and only 5 in Junior Wing. Junior Wing was added for this event. So Hansen, Gregory, Whitney, Skolton, Clark, Whitney, Manderfeld, Norby, Smith, Alton, Wolf, and Webb. That's the way they'll line up. they need it.
Jade,
Of course they did.
Jade.
Dan's coming to get it.
You got 10 minutes before you even have to worry about it.
Do I hand it to you?
There, when we get to about 3 minutes left, we'll start getting them in line. That line here, I can't do it from here.
Why not?
Close are they? See how close to lined up they are.
They're not even close. There's the pole sitter.
You gotta go. That would work too. There's only 12 of them. Tell them where they are.
So the adjustments are underway. We're a couple minutes in. It'll be Hanson, Gregory, Whitney, that's Reese Whitney, then Skolton, Clark, Whitney, that's Declan Whitney, then Manderfield, Norby, Smith, Alton, Wolf, and Webb. Certainly looks like a lot of gear changes being made.
Brett, you got a copy? He's looking for you. He's walking back to the grid.
Yeah, they got it. The paper one? Oh. Yes. I show 5 minutes have elapsed. 5 minutes. Five minutes have elapsed.
Headset high up on his ears. He was at the front of the grid, but I don't know where he went. Yeah, I don't see where others were. Well, he was just walking that way.
It was 20 at
On the
Blue
grid
Earth,
looking
so
for you, Cookie.
I don't know. Ask the race director. It was was 20 at Blue Earth, but...
All the drivers.
3 minutes left. 3 minutes.
Real quick. Payouts are 300, 200, and 100. Okay? But we don't know if it's going to go, the 300 is going to the first place, second place, or third place. Okay? So, third place, 300. You got to figure out where you're going to fit.
Just win the dang thing. Who cares what you get paid?
If you're in the top three, you're guaranteed money, right?
We're 3 hours from being done. Shook and done an hour.
And I will put the cone out.
Yeah, remember we have a choose cone too.
I will put the cone
2 minutes.
if there's a positive. You can choose inside or outside, even on the start. You can choose inside or outside. Once I put the cone out, whichever lane you pick, that's where you start. Okay?
1 minute, drivers. Let's get the carts on the ground. Let's get them fired up. Crew members off the speedway. 1 minute. Let's go. 1 minute. One minute. Hanson, Gregory, Whitney, Skolton, Clark, your top 5. Reese Whitney in the 4 spot. 6 through 10, Declan Whitney, Kyle Manderfeld, Richard Norby, Stevie Smith, and Tyler Alton. 11 and 12, Corey Wolf, and Logan Webb. All right, 10 minutes have expired. Let's go. Start them. Let's get them started. Crew members off. Let's go. Fire them up. We've blown you've used the 10 minutes. She nearly jumped it off the edge. I caught it. All right, the choose cone is out. Field will have to get lined up first. Webb will pull around. Everybody will stay above to start till they get in their running order. All right, now we'll be ready for the choose cone. They don't need to stop. They can figure it out. They're big boys. They know how to decide inside or out on the cone. Here we go, inside or out. Hanson in, Gregory in, Wendy in, Skolton in, Clark no out. It'll be Alton, Wolf, and Webb. Just 3 takers to the out. Just 3 takers to the outside. Off and running, we're ready to go. I believe this is 20 laps, so we go green, green, green. Jonathan Hanson, fastest time. Out to the early advantage with Gavin Gregory and Reese Whitney. Here comes Jackson Clark. Clark on the inside of Skolton. Alton, who chose the outside, moving into the top 5. Tyler Alton made that outside run work for him right now, hanging in there in 5th. Now Declan Whitney coming to the inside. Clark on the move. Gregory as well. Gregory to the race lead. Clark into third. Gavin Gregory. Jonathan Hanson and Jackson Clark. Reese Whitney and Reagan Skolton. Junior 2 drivers, be ready. Junior 2 drivers, be ready. You're next. Here comes Clark inside on Hanson. Gavin Gregory out in front. Jackson Clark holds the advantage, runs second. Whitney third. Skolton fourth. Corey Wolf with a good run. Wolf is all the way up into sixth. Wolf, who started back in the 11th or 12th position, now finds himself in the top 5. They really made the setup adjustment right. Gregory with Clark now in tow. Reese Whitney to the inside on Skolton, brings Wolf with. Whitney to third, Wolf to fourth. Skolton and then Hanson. We're coming to what will be halfway. Halfway home here. Gavin Gregory, followed by Clark. Corey Wolf all the way up to third. Wolf, who started back in 11th, now up into third. Junior 2 drivers, be ready. These guys will stop. They'll get bolt. The tires will come off. You'll bolt them on, and we'll get ready to go. Caution coming out. The choose cone will come back into play. We'll keep them up till the lineup is set. That looks like Tyler Alton's number 30 ended up the top. Every time there's a yellow. All right, here we go. Choose cone. High, low, high, low. Gregory and Clark. Gregory, Clark, Wolf, Hanson to the outside, Whitney to the outside, Stevie Smith and Tyler Alton to the outside. So 4 drivers go outside, everybody else to the inside. Just past halfway. Gavin Gregory, side by side, coming to the start line with Jonathan Hanson. We're green. Those guys on the outside are looking for a hole. See if they can tuck in. Nothing yet. Hanson's still there. Trying to find some room. Whitney's there. His brother won't let him in. Hanson still on the outside. Trying to power that 13 around. Still Gregory, Clark, and Wolf. Skolton and Whitney. Here comes Hanson. Hanson now into fourth. Jonathan Hanson making the outside line work for him into fourth now. Whitney back inside. Hanson back to fifth. Gavin Gregory, followed by Jackson Clark. Coming to the flag stand. We got 5 to go. Junior 2s, let's go. Come on, Junior 2 guys, be ready. Let's go. Clark, Gregory, Wolf, and Clark. Gavin Gregory bringing them around. Corey Wolf with a great run. Started at the back after qualifying, 11th or 12th. All the way up to second. Here comes Hanson. Slides Clark out. 2 to go. 2 to go. Gregory and Wolf. Can Corey pull it off? From worst to first to the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. 1 lap to go. Wolf follows Gregory into 3 and 4. Gregory's going to win it. Wolf comes home second. Skolton comes home third. All right, around they, whoa, fellas. No, you come around here, the juniors take them off. No, nobody's going to the scale. Come on. Gregory's going to take a victory. Everybody else is going to stop. Tires will come off. Junior 2 drivers. So Gavin Gregory wins the adult portion of the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. And again, it's 300, 200, 100, but we didn't know if it was 3, 2, or 1. It's actually 1. And then 2. And then Reagan Skolton will be third. And so Reagan will get the 300 out of the deal. So third place was the big payout cash-wise. But Gregory will take the win. Wolf with a heck of a run. What a run for Corey Wolf. From all the way at the back to run that thing down to second place and be right there on Gregory when it was all said and done. All right, so the cart stands will come. Guys will pick them up. The Junior 2 tires. Junior 2 drivers will take the tires and put them on their carts. Okay, that's a good position. Oh, come on, Mike. No? Yeah, there we go. Oh, here comes Mom, too. All right. So Gregory's cart stand comes. His tires will go off, and they will go to his teammate in Junior 2. Trying to making sure everybody gets their tires. So the adults are headed back. The Junior 2s will be ready. Junior 1 drivers, you'll follow. Yeah, that's good.
So now we have 3 races left, right?
Yes, we do.
Sure.
Yes, we do. A reminder, drivers and crews, we welcome everybody back on MBTVsports.com on Facebook. We hit the 8-hour maximum, and so we had to shut it down, restarted it, sent you a new link. So if you're following on Facebook, click on that new link, and you'll be up and watching the last 3 installments of the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. All right. I'm thinking that Corey Wolf's tires are headed for, that looks like they're headed for Carter Brown or Dominic Weber or Carter Brown. Okay, so Carter Brown looks like he's going to get Corey Wolf's tires. Those were good tires. It took him all the way from the back to second in that 20 laps. So the Junior 2s will get them mounted up. The Junior 1s will be waiting. Junior 2 drivers will pull around when they get done. They'll stop, and then we can, if we get them stopped over there at the top of turn 4, it'll make it a little bit easier to get the Junior 1s to pair up with them. What? 12 Junior 2 drivers scheduled to compete. That's why we only had 12 adults run. We did not have the 18 that were originally on the lineup. We only had 12. All right, as soon as the junior twos get them mounted up, check the air pressure, set them down, and let's get them out. They'll get their 10 laps of practice / qualifying. Again, the junior two drivers scheduled to compete. Henry Arnold and Robbie Perino, Carter Roller and Blaine Kindle, Carter Brown and Jaden Anderson, Braylon Manderfield and Ace Wolfgram, James Mockert and Trenton Peterson, Riley Finnegan and Bentley Kockelman. A reminder, if you are all done now, adult drivers, you should all be done. Transponders off your go-karts need to go back to the tech building. Transponders off your carts need to go back to tech. Adult drivers, you are complete. There's nothing else for the adults on the schedule. So guys, all those transponders off those adult go-karts should be headed back to the tech building. So transponders to tech. Junior twos are starting to set them down, so we'll start to see this field of junior twos. All right, junior twos are just about ready. Looks like everybody's just about set down. See our junior wings waiting. They're a couple of races away yet. The junior twos will have to go, then the junior ones, and then we'll get our junior wings. All right, so the carts for the adults are headed off. The cart stands for the junior twos are still there. They'll need them in 10 laps when we get done with qualifying / practice. Format's exactly the same for the junior twos. 10 laps of practice / qualifying, then 10 minutes for a cart adjustment, then 20 laps. And then back to the pit or back to the area right there by the grid so that the tires can come off of junior two and come on to junior one. So here we go. Everybody's off the grid, so here we go.
Did it stop again?
Yeah, 10 minutes after the practice qualifying. All right, should be ready to wind them up and start practice / qualifying. Brown, Perito, Roller, Manderfield, Peterson, Finnegan, Kindle, Kockelman, Mockert, Arnold, Wolfgren, Anderson. Trouble on the body for Braylon Manderfeld. in that 16. Heavy damage from earlier, just simply trying to tape it to hold it together, give him a chance to run. They'll have a chance during the 10 minutes as well to do a little more work on that. Yep. So they're working to try to retape the body on Braylon Manderfield. And again, the crew members are flashing. Obviously somebody made the body was already broken when Manderfield came onto the speedway, but then there must have been some more contact, and so they've taped and taped and taped, and hopefully it'll hold up through practice and qualifying. All right, here we go. Now we might be able to go green. Live timing on my race pass. Here we go. 10 laps of qualifying, and we're off and running green. Carter Brown, Henry Arnold, Carter Roller. Field working their way through qualifying. Nope. Okay. By the flag, by the American flag. Yeah, for oil. So qualifying has concluded. Do not have any live timing and scoring, so I can't tell you the lineup, but get everybody stopped. And here come the crews. All right, the motors have gone quiet, and our 10 minutes are off and running, I believe.
Swap tires right there.
Jane. Jane. Jane.
Thank you.
How much time is left? 2 minutes. Junior 1 drivers be getting ready. Once these guys finish, they'll have their 20 lap, and then we'll swap the tires out again to the Junior 1 team. And then the Junior 1s will qualify. They'll make their adjustments and then race. And then we'll swap the tires out again to our Junior Wings. We added the Junior Wing this weekend. Do you actually have a lineup, Jay? Because there was no live timing and scoring. Do you actually have a lineup? I mean, I can figure it out. I'm good enough.
What's that?
Nope.
Mine isn't either.
Nope.
We've got it on the screen on the website, but the app quit working.
I'm good. Never mind. Go do your business. I don't care. I just want to go home. 40 hours of racing is 40 hours of too much racing after a while. Okay. Quick reminder, drivers and crews, if you're following along on My Race Pass, the app has stopped working, so there is no live timing and scoring there. Our scoring system is scoring correctly according to the transponders, but the My Race Pass app is not. So if you're trying to follow along, we have lost the app for My Race Pass. We still do have the actual scoring in the tower. The girls do have all the official scoring that way, but we've actually lost live timing and scoring. Junior 2 is getting ready. 5 minutes have elapsed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes down. 5 minutes to go. Junior ones will be up next. Again, we'll try to stop the field closer to turn 4 where the grid is so that the tire transfer can be a little bit easier than coming all the way out the front straightaway. While the crews continue to get ready for the Junior 2 portion of our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. Remember, Matt and the crew, MBTV Sports, will have the complete replay of the weekend tomorrow, Tuesday. By Tuesday morning, you'll be able to watch the whole week, sit down and just binge the whole weekend. So keep that in mind, and when you're doing it and you're loving it and you're just laughing and having a great time and watching racing, click on that share, click on the old share button and share it with somebody. Go, hey, watch this. This is my nephew. This is my cousin. This is my grandson. This is my granddaughter. Here, watch them. And let us spread the word and go from there. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. All right, here we go. 20 laps, Junior 2, Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. Junior 1s, be ready. Henry Arnold will start on the pole, followed by Roller. Here comes the choose cone. They'll stay above it for a minute to make sure we got them lined up. Nope, they're going. And the answer is 2 drivers take the choose cone. Everybody to the inside, with the exception of Perino and Finley and Finnegan. Off we go, green flag in the air. We go green, green, green. Henry Arnold. Carter Roller, Carter Brown. Here comes Jaden Anderson. Ace Wolfgren inside on Anderson. Wolfgren moving into 4th. Anderson back to 5th. Arnold Roller, Brown, Wolfgren, Anderson, Kindle, Manderfeld, Perino, Finnegan, and Mockert. Here comes Brown, inside on Roller. Brown moving to second. Carter Brown into the 2 spot. Arnold, Brown, and Roller, 1, 2, and 3. Wolfgren in the 4 spot. Then Manderfield and Kindle. All the tape on the front of Manderfield doing its job, holding that nose in place. Braylon trying to keep that car in contention with the leaders. Arnold, Brown, Roller, and Wolfgren. Front 3 are nose to tail. Wolfgren trying to catch up, and he does. So now it's a 4-car draft at the front. Arnold, Brown, Roller, Wolfgren. Manderfield. Now here comes Roller to the inside. Brings Wolfgren with. Brown back to 4. Carter Brown back to the 4 spot. Still Henry Arnold out in front, followed by Roller, Wolfgren, and Brown. Manderfield is 5th. Roller looking for the lead down to the inside. Got help. Arnold trying to close him off. Won't get it. Roller going to get through. Brown coming. That's going to be a crash. Brown drives him up the top. And they all go off. Wolfgren keeps going. Brown keeps going. But the caution has come out. So let's see how we're going to sort this one out. Okay, so Roller is the leader as they come around. From there, we'll set the lineup. So we go back to the last completed lap, I believe. So Roller, hold up, Wolfgren, Brown. So Arnold is going to get sent to the back, looks like. Looks like Arnold's going to the back, and if I'm Henry, I'd put him to the outside. And Brown will take well, now we'll come to the choose cone and we'll do it for real. Okay, so this looks like we'll actually do the choose cone for real. I'll bet money that Henry Arnold is one of those guys that takes the outside after getting sent to the back. Roller, Anderson, Perino, Finnegan. Nope, Arnold stayed the inside. So after being sent to the tail, we're just about at halfway. So Junior 1 guys be getting ready. Junior 1 be getting ready. Here we go. Roller, bring him back to green. Wolfgren, second. Brown, third. Here comes Anderson trying to fight from the outside at halfway. Halfway home. Carter Roller. Ace Wolfgren. Braylon Vanderfield. Jaden Anderson, Carter Brown. Now Brown to the inside, into third. Perino sliding in. Vanderfield back inside on Brown. Now Wolfgren to the inside on Roller. Ace Wolfgren to the lead. Vanderfield running third. Brown runs forward. Perino spins. And the caution will come out. And we'll line them up. And then when we've got them lined up, we'll see how many get close to taking our race director out like the last time. So Jaden Anderson to the tail, the 81. All right, choose cone will go back in play. So here we go. Choose cone set. Our race director Jade Schott waits. Wolfgren, Roller, Manderfield, Brown, Finnegan, Kindle. Arnold, Perino, Mockert, and Anderson. Inside out. Only Perino and Anderson go to the outside. And for Anderson, no loss there. He was starting dead last after being charged with a caution. So what do you got to lose? You go to the front. Maybe you find a hole early. Everybody else single file on the inside. Wolfgren lead them through 3 and 4. Mockert slow. He's coming off. Mockert out of the race. Field stays green. They're 3 wide into 4. A lot of bumping and banging. Everybody trying to hang on for dear life. Last race of the night for these guys, so you don't got to spare the body or anything. Just beat it up if you can. Roller back to the lead. Brown coming into second. Wolfram on the outside. Nowhere to get in. Perino coming. Manderfield coming. Wolfgren still on the outside. Ace trying to find a hole to get back to the bottom if he can. Carter Roller and Carter Brown running 1 and 2. Brown sticks his nose inside. He'll take the lead. Carter Brown to the race lead. Arnold coming hard and fast with Finnegan. It'll be the white flag this time. Brown and Roller. White flag coming. Brown, 1 to go. Roller right there on the back bumper. Can he make a move? He'll drive to the inside, try to get there. Can't get there. Off of 4. Carter Brown going to win it. Brown to the double checkers. Now let's get everybody stopped over in turn 4 so that we don't have to run all the way down to turn 1. Get them stopped. Brown to victory lane. Take a picture. Everybody else over there. All right, Carter, you come get your victory picture. Everybody else, head to the grid or turn 4. And the Junior 1 teams will match up and find their tires. And whoever's waiting for Carter Brown, they'll get his momentarily. Did he get 1, 2, or 3? Who was second and third? That's the scores, I don't know. Well, what's his name was, the 11R was second, and third, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. All right, the Junior 1 guys are going to work. taking tires off the junior 2s, and they'll mount them up on the junior 1s. The junior 2s will head out. So now Brown will head back to the grid because there's a junior 1 driver waiting for his tires. Well, maybe. There are only 7 or 8. No, well, it says 9 junior 1s if everybody is going. But I don't believe Colin Griffin will be there. So I'm pretty sure there'll only be 8 of those sets of tires that'll actually get used. So the tires coming off of junior 2s and headed for the junior 1s. And once the junior 1s make their adjustment, 2 classes an hour.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Every great journey begins with a trusted guide. And when it comes to finding your perfect home, there's no one better than Kathy Vetter. With over 10 years of experience and a passion for real estate, Kathy Vetter helps you find the perfect home, a peaceful country retreat, a cozy single-family house, or your very first step toward a lifetime home. She also specializes in commercial real estate, guiding you through every step of the way. From the heart of the metro to the scenic countryside, Kathy Vetter knows the Minnesota market inside and out, committed to finding the perfect fit for you, no matter where you are. Buying your first home can feel overwhelming, but with Vetter by your side, it's a smooth and exciting journey. She makes first-time buyers feel confident, supported, and understood, every single step of the way. From your first showing to handing over the keys, Kathy Vetter works tirelessly to ensure you get the home you've always wanted. Kathy Vetter, your trusted real estate expert across Minnesota. From vibrant metro living to serene countryside escapes to agricultural and commercial spaces. Let her help you unlock the door to your next chapter.
Kevco has been an industry leader in high-performance oil pans and components for over 35 years. Made in Fairmont, Minnesota, Kevco prides itself on being American-made. Kevco has expanded our product line way beyond just oil pans to valve covers, breather systems, jack stands, boilers, wheel sockets, and much, much more. Check out KevcoRacing.com to see everything we have to offer, including our line of street, off-road, and performance oil pans and accessories. Or call 800-770-3557 to talk with our friendly customer service today.
The rest of the tires will all be slicks, but you can use a treaded tire on the left front when we get to the wings. All right, here we go. That's where the live timing scoring is. Yeah. Okay, so the 9 that we're supposed to start turns into 5. And we have qualifying and practice underway in Junior 1 Dirty Tire. 4. A reminder, if you are interested in following the live timing and scoring, go on to My Race Pass and click on yesterday. Click on Saturday, and then you can see the timing. I'm not sure why, but that's where it is. Jackson Reeves, Dayton Van Beek, Hayden Arnold. Van Beek, Arnold, and Redleaf, the first 3 on the time. Brown and Reeves. Now Reeves up to 3rd. Now Redleaf to 2nd. Arnold back to 3rd. Field coming around, completing half their practice qualifying laps. Dayton Van Beek with a 13.406. Off of 4. Dayton Van Beek still quickest with a 13.249, followed by Redleaf, Arnold, Brown, and Reeves. Van Beek with a 13.204. Followed by Redleaf, Arnold, Brown, and Reeves. Brown now to 2nd with a 278. All right, hold up everybody before you come to the speedway. We'll get them stopped hopefully a little bit closer to the grid so that we can work on them from there. Up to the top they'll come and stop. Or not. Jade, here's your lineup. Jade. Yo, here's your lineup, boss.
Hey, that's wrong paper. That's got my...
All right, here we go. We're off and running for our adjustment time. So Hayden Arnold with the fastest time, posted it on the last lap of qualifying at 13:123. Redleaf also with his fastest time on the last lap, as did Reeves, but for Jackson it'll be a 5th place start. The choose cone will be in effect off the start for these drivers. So Arnold, Van Beek, Redleaf, Brown, and Reeves is the way they will start here in the Junior 1 edition of the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. 10 minutes is off and running, and the crews now can make their adjustments. Air pressure, they can change a gear, they can do anything but adjust the stagger apparently, but otherwise they can adjust the air pressure on the tires to try to get that kart to be the fastest one when we go racing for 20 laps. And when that 20 laps is all said and done, those 5 sets of tires will head back to the grid to our 5 junior wing karts. Now, I just see 4 sitting there, but I'm assuming we will have 5. There were 5 entered. I know that Reagan Rosaboom is not going to participate. Tarbus, Weber, Kimball, Lopez, Beck, and Sheehan. I see Lopez, Beck, and Sheehan. I see Weber and Gimbel. So I think we're only missing Tarvis if Corbin's going to compete in the junior wing version of the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. Again, reminder, drivers and crews, anybody and everybody who has not, if you are not competing anymore, if you are all done, transponders back to the tech building, please. If you are all done competing, we should only have the few junior wings and these 5 junior ones. Those should be the only transponders left out there. Everybody else, you should have them turned back in at the tech building. So guys, make sure that you have turned in your transponders to the tech building. All transponders need to go back to the tech building before you get all loaded up and then you forget about it. Track work continues for our Junior 1 crews.
Can you hear me? Okay, we want shoot this race. After this race is over, you can break down. I'll shoot the very last race by myself. Okay, so after this race is done,
you can hear me now, can't you?
5 minutes down. 5 minutes down. 5 minutes are complete. 5 minutes complete. No, I guess we're cutting the...
someone over the head.
All right, looks like carts are going down off stands, find a little bit of adjustments being made. All right, the call has been given to start the motors. Brown making the final adjustments. Down they come. Colton's ready. Other than neck roll and gloves. Have to get them lined up. Arnold and Van Beek, Redleaf, Brown, and Reeves. That's the way they will start. Now they'll all make that choice of the choose cone once they come around. They're all lined up correctly, so the choose cone will be in effect the next time they come by. So here comes the choose cone. Choose cone. Arnold, Van Beek, Redleaf, Brown, and Reeves. Will anybody take the outside? With 5, probably not. And the answer is yes. Jackson Reeves will roll the dice. He'll start up next to Arnold on the outside. At this point, you got 20 laps. What are you going to lose? You were going to start 5th. Now you're going to start 2nd. Nose to tail, side by side that front row. We're up and running green. Reeves looking, and it works. He tucks in 3rd. So that was a gain of a couple of spots for Reeves, but then Brown gets spun out, and we will, so the choose cone will come again once Brown moves around, and whether or not there's any determination or we just go back to the original starting lineup. All right, here we go. In or out, Arnold in. This time Reeves picks in. Everybody's going to pick in. Nope, Brown's going to go outside. He's going to go, hey, I got spun out. I might as well go to the back. I might as well go up front, see what I can do. It worked for Jackson Reeves. Let's see what it'll do here for Colton Brown. No green start there. Brown too far back. Trying to get the 15 up alongside of the 32. Now, if they stay like that, we should be good with Reeves back up into 2nd. Yeah, that's where he was. Come on, Jax. You were there just a minute ago. All right. So if Brown stays there on the outside, we should be able to get a green flag start and start this event. Here we go, going green, green, green. Brown to the outside of Reeves. He'll tuck in 3rd, so that works for him. Instead of being 5th, he'll be 3rd with a chance to battle for the lead. Hayden Arnold out in front. He had quick time in qualifying / practice. Reeves was 5th quick, but made the choice of the outside on the initial start and got tucked in 3rd, and then when Brown spun, he moved to 2nd. Here comes Van Beek to the inside on Brown. Dayton Van Beek up to 3rd. Van Beek moving into the 3 spot. Arnold out in front with Reeves running second. Van Beek and Brown, front 4 right there, all within a cart length of each other. Red Leaf off the pace just a little bit. Remember, these guys didn't have, there's no tire prep, there's nothing here. It's just an air pressure adjustment, gear adjustment maybe. Didn't see much of that in this group. Here comes Van Beek to the inside on Reeves. Van Beek stuck his nose in, couldn't get there, but Reeves can't get to the bottom. Now he tries to drive him down to the bottom, and that worked. It kept Van Beek at bay. Reeves working that corner, kept kind of chipping it to the bottom, and that kept Van Beek from making the run. Arnold now is pulled away at the front. A sizable advantage. The battle is for second, third, and fourth. That's Reeves, Brown, and Van Beek. Field will be coming to the halfway this time. 10 down and 10 to go. Junior wing drivers be getting ready. Looks like we might start with 5 and drop to 4 for the junior wing. Arnold all by himself out front. Reeves running second. Brown third. Van Beek runs fourth. And Hayden Arnold now comfortably in front. Here comes Brown. Inside on Reeves with a lazy spin. Top of turns 2 and 3. Top of 1 and 2, excuse me. Caution will come out. So here we go. Reeves to the back. With only 5 carts, that's not very far back. Everybody chooses in, Reeves chooses outside. No surprise there. He's going to try to get right back up in the mix. Reeves up alongside of Arnold. Brown, Van Beek, and Red Leaf inside. Reeves outside. We go green. Reeves drives his way down into third, so it pays off again. Starting on that outside. Arnold had a bit of a lead. That's all gone now. With Brown right there in second. Arnold, Brown, Reeves, Van Beek, and Red Leaf. Working their way toward 5 to go. Here comes Van Beek to the inside on Reeves. Makes the pass. Reeves coming back. Did not have the angle there. Stayed off the tire momentarily. Had a chance, but couldn't get through. Arnold and Brown stay 1 and 2. Then a bit of a gap to Van Beek and Reeves. And Red Leaf in the 5 spot. Coming to what will be 2 to go this time. Hayden Arnold, Colton Brown, Dayton Van Beek, Jackson Reeves. Brown looking, no. Here comes Van Beek, hard and fast into second. White flag will be coming. Reeves hard into Brown, into third. Arnold down the backstretch. Van Beek, Reeves, Brown, Hayden Arnold going to pick up Junior 1. Hayden Arnold wins the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge in Junior 1. So Arnold to victory lane and everybody else to the grid so that the tires can come off and go on the junior wing. So everybody but Arnold that way. There we go. Arnold over here to victory lane in the photo. Everybody else. All right, so Arnold in victory lane. The junior wing drivers are waiting for their set of tires. So around we come. And we'll try and see if we can get everybody in the shot. All right, meanwhile, the remainder of the junior ones are in that grid area. They'll take the tires off and they'll go on junior wing. Now, it does look like we're only going to have 4, so one of these set of tires will not transfer on to the next event. I don't know which. I'm not sure how we work that out. But so we'll take the all right, field gets in. A little bit of cash as well for the winner. Top 3 getting paid. 300, 200, 100, but it could be 100 for first and 300 for third. That's the way it was in the adult. Could be 200 for first and 100 for second. Anything, any combination of 300, 200, 100, all courtesy of Jody Krug, Jody's Collision. All right, so Arnold will head. He'll give it the old loop, spin it around, head back to the grid. Again, a reminder, all drivers, once you're done, so the only transponders that should still be out are those that are sitting there on those junior wing carts. The junior ones that just finished, now that you're all done, let's get those transponders back to registration. Again, let's make sure we're getting all transponders, not back to registration, back to the tech building. Normally you're taking them back to where you got them, but not here. The girls who handed them out are handling scoring, so they have to go back to the tech building. And the newest of our Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge classes will have their go at it. That is our junior wing. And I believe we only have 4. There were 6 original. Then it was cut down to 5, and now I believe we only have the 4 that will compete. So we're going to have Weber, Gimble, Lopez, Beck, and Sheehan. All right, so the tires have been mounted. This will be a little different for these junior wing drivers. These are slicks. They're not treaded tires. They normally run with a treaded tire. So this will be way different for these guys. Running with slicks. So qualifying has begun. Qualifying in practice. Weber, Lopez Beck, Sheehan, and Gimbel, the 4 to compete. Riker Lopez Beck with a 12.670. Quick time right now. Weber a 12.879. Lopez Beck goes 12.559. Weber a 6.25. They're your quickest. Sheehan third quick. Weber back to the top of the speed chart with a 3.71. Weber at 12.371 right now, the time to beat halfway through this practice and qualifying session. Lopez back with a 12.473. Gimbel at 12.617. Sheehan at 12.752. Weber with a 12.226. Gimbel with his best lap on that last pass at 12.613. He's third. Weber with a 2.04. Dominic Weber at 12.204, the second to the last lap. Final pass coming. And Weber no faster. Lopez back with a 4.41. Gimbel with a 5.14. And Sheehan with a 6.44. So they'll stop them. The crew members will come. And the 10-minute clock will start. They're almost lined up the way they'll start. You switch the 1 and the 7L and the lineup is correct. Weber, Beck, I'm not sure Dom will even have to do anything. He was extremely quick with that 26. Riker Lopez Beck, second quick with that 27 in the 27D. Liam Gimbel will be third on the starting lineup. That's 7L. And then Rayshawn Sheehan will be fourth. They're just about lined up the way they need to be. If you switch Gimbel and Sheehan around, they would be lined up. That's the only change you got to make. First, second, 7L is third, the 1 is fourth. Somebody help them with the cart stand. They're trying to get Sheehan's cart on that stand, and it keeps rolling down the embankment. There we go. All right, so we're off and running with our adjustment. You can see the crews brought gear, thinking, yeah, we might have to change the gear. Certainly checking air pressure. Looks like Weber might just be adjusting air, but he was so fast. See what they choose to do. Sheehan's going to change the gear, I believe. They're going to need a little bit. No, not going to change it now. Looked like he was going to the gear, but no. Looks like Gimbel might be going to change the gear on that 7L. Liam Gimbel out of Laverne, Minnesota. We'll see whether or not. Yep, certainly looks like they're going to change the gear. Reach underneath, you loosen the motor mount bolts, you slide the motor back so that the chain's loose. You take the sprocket off. You put the next gear on, you tighten it down, then you slide the motor forward, tighten down the motor mounts. Looks like Sheehan's just going to adjust air pressure. Lopez Beck definitely going with a gear change. So Beck and Gimbel are doing gear change. Weber just an air pressure adjustment, looks like, but then again, he was so fast in qualifying that I don't know that there was much they had to adjust. Remember, drivers and crews, all transponders should be back to the tech building. All transponders should be back to the tech building. The only transponders we should have are the 4 that are on the speedway right now. Everybody else is all done. Your transponders should be returned to get your license, your credit card, or whatever it was that you posted for collateral. So make sure that you're checking to get all transponders back to the tech building. All transponders back to the tech building. Crews working on their junior wings. Looks like they've gotten the gear changed on Lopez Beck. Looks like they've also made the gear change on the 7L of Liam Gimbel. Liam doesn't even have to get out with that lift. He can just stay sitting in the cart. Lopez Beck also still sitting in his. All right. Crew's putting things back in the box. Tire gauge. All right. Looks like whatever they made the adjustment, the crew has decided for Riker Lopez Beck, he's set. Just checking them. Looks like Sheehan's also done. They're taking the cart down off the cart stand. So whatever adjustment Rayshawn Sheehan made in that one, that's done. Weber setting his down. We've gone at least 5 minutes on the clock, so most everybody not needing much adjustment. Final tightenings on the motor bolt look like they're sliding that motor forward to tighten down the drive chain. Riker Lopez Beck setting the 27D down. Riker was second quick. Just waiting for the final adjustments on Liam Gimbel. I said we've really only used about 6 or 7 minutes. So everybody's done and ready with the final adjustments for Gimbel. Mike Gregory out to help the Gimbel team. You help the home team, right? Everybody's both from Laverne, so Gavin won the adult portion of this Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge, so certainly they know how to set it up. All right, here comes Gimbel down. That's a pretty cool lift, I got to admit. That's pretty good. So now Gimbel is done. They'll lift him up and roll him off. All right, everybody's done. Everybody's getting strapped back in. We'll make sure. A couple of the guys didn't even get unstrapped. I don't think Gimbel unstrapped. I don't think Lopez Beck unstrapped. I think they just sat in the seat strapped in and said, fix me up and I'll see if I can go get something done. Dominic Weber controlled qualifying. He was seriously the fastest of the drivers. So slick or treaded, I guess it doesn't make any difference for the Dresser, Wisconsin driver. He can drive them both. In fact, none of the drivers had any kind of trouble, despite the fact that they don't have treads on, that they just have slicks. All right, now the choose cone will come into effect. They're lined up. They are lined up. Weber, Lopez Beck, Gimbel, and Sheehan. They'll make the choice, then get the roll green and go green next time by for 20 laps. Last of our races of the night. Weber in, Beck in. Sheehan decides, I'll go outside alongside of Weber, see if I can make that work. Again, you're right at the beginning of the race. What do you got to lose? You might as well start up there. If it works, you might get a hole, you tuck in. Who knows? You don't, you're going to start fourth anyway. Sheehan up alongside, can't find any room. He'll tuck in fourth, but then he'll get inside of Gimbel and move into third. Weber and Beck running 1 and 2. Dominic Weber and Riker Lopez Beck. I got a feeling if I was starting a team and I needed a good young driver, this kid from Dresser, Wisconsin would be one of the guys I'd call. Maybe that Rosenboom kid too from Rock Rapids. Man, you put them together, look out. That would be something. Dom, he can really wheel. All of these guys doing extremely well, considering they're running a slick tire and they don't normally run a slick. They normally run a tread. Weber with the advantage at the front, and he's stretching that out a little bit. The battle is for third. Here comes Gimbel up on Sheehan. Gimbel and Sheehan in the battle for third. Gimbel looking outside, now trying to come back, coming off of turn number 2. Looking to drop to the bottom. Gimbel and Sheehan right now racing for that third place payout. And Sheehan still got a little bit of wobble on that top wing. We noticed it in the feature earlier. Not quite as bad. They've kind of shorted up a little bit, but it's still kind of bent funny. Weber all alone and driving away. Lopez Beck running second. They're solidly a half to almost a straightaway apart and ahead of this battle for third. Gimbel battling Sheehan. Weber will come to the cross flags. We're halfway home. Gimbel looking to the inside on Sheehan. Can't get there. Then pops back to the outside. I think he's trying to work the angle. Go high down the middle. Dive to the inside. See if he can get an opening. Here he comes again. Trying to get through, but he can't. Meanwhile, Weber and Lopez Beck just out cruising. Gimbel again takes a look, but he can't get around Sheehan. Gimbel moving toward the inside. Can't find a way past Rashawn Sheehan. Now Gimbel again. Stuck the nose in, but he just can't get enough of a run to make that pass. Gimbel again, this time he gets inside, he does get the pass, but then drifts up. Oh, he's able to save it. 5 to go for Weber. Weber with a full straightaway, almost a half a lap lead on Lopez Beck. Gimbel now third and pulling away from Sheehan. So around they go, all spread out. Dominic Weber on his way. He'll see the 2 to go this time. 2 to go for Weber. Lopez Beck running second. Gimbel running third. Sheehan running fourth. White flag coming for Weber. Final time around for Dominic Weber. Checkers will be in the air. Weber wins Junior Wing Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. Riker Lopez Beck home second. Liam Gimbel comes home in third. Rashawn Sheehan home in fourth. So the 26 of Weber, the 27D of Lopez Beck, and the 7L of Gimbel, your top three. Guys will head back to the grid, I believe, and you can take those tires off. And Lucas and Adam, the folks from AJC, will gather them up along with everybody else. But Dominic Weber with no problems at all. Slick tread, he doesn't care. He wins it with ease. And I don't know that they made much of an adjustment at all. I think Dad just adjusted the air pressure to make sure it was good. And Dom did the rest, just drove away and picked up the win. So Weber wins the Junior Wing version of the Jody's Dirty Tire Challenge. And ladies and gentlemen, that will put an end to our AJC Mid America Series, powered by Farmer Brown Motorsports for this memorial.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.